University on the Hill, with its roots firmly embedded in communities. Higher education is a daunting and challenging endeavor in the 21st century, with new challenges and demands at every turn. We will continue to shape the future of our people, our country, and the continent on the Hill, with its roots firmly embedded in communities. Higher education is a daunting and challenging endeavor in the 21st century, with new challenges and demands at every turn.
Thank you so
We will
much.
continue to shape the future of
really
our
appreciate
people, our country, and the continent on the Hill, with its roots firmly embedded in communities.
Colleagues,
Higher education is a
morning
daunting and challenging endeavor in the 21st century.
checking on our numbers. Since the class are coming now, colleagues are joining, students are joining. I am not sure if we can allow another 2 minutes to 5 minutes past, but in the meantime, our program today it does not have the sign language interpreter. Miss Ngoveni, she has been tasked by the higher office of the institution to carry out another mandate. So we respected the higher office. We allowed that she may render the service to the office of the highest office in our institution. So we apologize to all that maybe who were to depend on the sign language. We tried to look for someone to replace, and it was again a short notice to the person. How to do the sign language interpretation. There is a space in the teaching and learning. As I said, we need to have maybe more colleagues who are able to do the sign language interpretation. Colleagues, it's now 5 minutes past. I see the number is about the number is not that big, but I think we can start. So we start, colleagues. I would like to say welcome. Today is our B.Ed honors, I think advanced diploma, and also the PGCE students. We are to focus on orientating this excellent group of students. This excellent group of students. So our program, we wish to make sure that we do not take too much time of the colleagues, knowing that some of you and some of you colleagues, you are busy, engaged in other activities. So we'll do our best to try to make sure that we this orientation before we can lose majority of the students also with the issues of electricity and the likes. But we want to welcome all our students here, and in the opening and welcome colleagues, allow me, I'm not sure if our Executive Dean, Professor Makwe. She has already joined. If she has already joined, we would love our students and colleagues here to be welcomed by our Executive Dean of the College of Education, Professor Makwe. Prof. Makwe, are you here? Mengobeni? Do we have the Executive Dean? She's here.
No, we don't have Prof. Makwe today.
Who is? Can you give me the program then? Because I'm having the one of Prof. Makwe here. Yes. It's correctly so. It's supposed to be Prof. Makwe to do the opening and welcome. So colleagues, she might be committed. I didn't get the latest communication regarding our Executive Dean. We know that she is very much busy, very, very much busy. So colleagues, maybe I should just take the opportunity and welcome everyone, as I was just indicating, and say that B.Ed honors students, congratulations for passing your degree, the 4-year degree, whether in the foundation phase, senior phase, intermediate phase, and FET. Congratulations, you have done very well. And here you are, today you are in your next level of the B.Ed honors, and those who are also doing the advanced a diploma in education, and also those who are doing the postgraduate diploma in education. We welcome you. We know you are from the different fields of study, but this is education. You are to learn the pedagogy, you are to learn the methods. The colleagues are here to make sure that you understand this next level. How best can you pass it on record time? Because that's what we are also expecting, and not just passing. Those who are doing the honors, we are not expecting less than 60% average. So for you to be admitted to come and do your what? Your masters. So make sure that at least you don't get 60, at least you get 75, so that you are covered. So you need to start with a distinction level and above. So we have got colleagues that which will be doing the presentations here to make sure that you get that distinction in your honors, in your advanced diploma, in your postgraduate certificate. We are expecting distinctions. It's not a joke. We are expecting the teachers who are doing excellently. So thank you very much. That is my word for welcoming you. I am Professor Mawera, acting the head of teaching and learning student support and community engagement at the College of Education. So you are welcome. I believe this is the same words that which our executive dean will be emphasizing. The rest of what is coming, I know you have got lots of expectations to hear how best you are going to be supported, how best you are going to be taught. We have got experts here who are going to take us through. I am also the program director for today, so I would like to invite our Dean of Students, hopefully so, that he is around today, Dr. Sipoka. Dr. Sipoka is our Dean of Students. I hope Dr. Sipoka is around. Mengoveni?
He's not around.
Oh, Dr. Sipoka is not around. Maybe he will join us later. Whenever he will join us, it is okay. We will be able to give him the opportunity. We'll be able to give him the opportunity. Students, You are not going to be discouraged not to have your Dean of Students now. Is one busy person, so will probably join us anytime, and you're able to hear from the Dean of Students. The National Office of our SRC, last time we had our Secretary General, she spoke very well. I'm telling you, students, you have one of the best SGs, Meposhoko. She spoke very well, and I'm not sure if today she's here or there is somebody who is going to speak on her behalf. Is Meposhoko here? Are we too early today? Are we too early? Mengobe, Mentos, it's like we are too early. Everybody is still on the way to join us. The SRC office is also not here. I don't see the SRC office. If the SRC office is not here, I can see the seducer president. Seducer president, are you here?
I am here, Prof.
Yes.
I'm not sure if I'm audible.
Ntate Thapelo Litshwene must be here. Ntate Thapelo Litshwene must be here.
Prof.
Is it Ntate Thapelo Litshwene here?
Yes, Prof. I'm
Thank you very much. Today you are not you are not busy with the student at school. So I believe you can also switch on your camera for 5 minutes, and the students, they can be able to see who is our president here representing us at the College of Education. Yes, you can go ahead in the data.
Thank you so much, Prof. Can I do that towards the end of the presentation? As
no problem.
Okay,
all right. All right.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Prof. Mawela. In absentia, the Executive Dean, Prof. Makwe, the Dean of Students as well, Meposhoko from the SRC, all college officials, College of Education Student Association leaders. Thank you very much again, Prof, for the opportunity to present ourselves. We are SEJUSA, as stated, which stands for the College of Education Student Association. We are a college structure and the College of Education. Prof, so the presentation is a bit different today because we are as the B.Ed honors, and so for postgraduate students, essentially. We are well aware that these students have completed a 4-year teaching, a professional teaching qualification. Well done to them, and congratulations, and all the best in terms of furthering their studies. Now, students doing honors are entering a research-based postgraduate study. In this instance, that is in education. This serves to consolidate and deepen their expertise in education, and thus giving them an integrated understanding of a range of issues, of educational issues rather. The different streams include educational policy, educational law, leadership and management, curriculum studies, assessment and quality assurance, learning support, educational psychology, etc., etc. Now, this will deepen their understanding in those different fields so that they can become bodies of opinion in those particular streams. Now, this qualification is a stepping stone to developing research capacity and have an ability to demonstrate a high-level understanding of theoretical knowledge. This is very, very, very important, Prof, because we are creating the College of Education is creating members of society that are going to be able to assist with all societal problems in relation to education. Now, this NQF Level 8 qualification allows for students to further their studies. As Prof, as you've already mentioned, that it is a stepping stone to their Masters of Education and the Doctor of Education. This also, the furthering of their studies, obviously we've mentioned that research capacity is there, but also introduces a different element in the sense that they will then be able to teach at institutions of higher learning. So develop their research their research capacity, but also teach at institutions of higher learning. Now, Prof, last week with the B.Ed or the undergrad orientation, we had mentioned that we would like to emulate some form of career services where students are let know of different job opportunities within the sector. Now, since this is a honors and postgraduate orientation, we feel that it is more fitting to have that kind of a service here because they are already finished with a 4-year professional teaching qualification. Right now, to this effect, we've already created a group, a WhatsApp group. Students are welcome to join the group. We'll be sharing the link on the chat box where we share teaching opportunities across the entire country. We are well aware that UNISA is a huge institution represented in all 9 provinces. So we've created a group which has close to 200 students and that are looking for employment in the education sector. So students in this orientation are more than welcome to join the group so that we assist one another. We're able to network, we're able to discuss the variety of issues as mentioned. One last thing, Prof, we are aware that UNISA might be, at this point it's a rumor, but we're aware that there's a possibility that UNISA might be developing its own school, and they're in the process of registering it with PSYC or PSYCA. I think we'd just like to implore the university and the college to show faith in their students. All students that are registered in postgraduate and those that have completed with the institution, for them to show faith by giving them biased preference, so to speak, so that they are given an opportunity to show their capabilities, all that they've learned throughout their many years of study. I will be posting down our contact information as SEJUSA. We are available to give support to all students. Where we are unable to assist, we shall further escalate the matter so that we find a speedy solution or resolution to the problems that we face. Thank you so much, Prof, for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, the President of SEJUSA and the Tapel Lutsweni for that brief explanation, which is very rich of the information that which our students here, the B.Ed and the Advanced and the PGCE I strongly suggest that they liaise with your office and work closely with your office, because I know that you are doing a very wonderful job there. Thank you so much. When the president has just finished addressing, we clap hands for the president. So I don't not see the hands being clapped for the president who presented. Our students. Let's appreciate our president who just presented so wonderfully. So without wasting any time, I have some requests to reshuffle, but not the cabinet, the agenda here. But firstly, maybe I would first allow, because it was supposed to be the purpose of the orientation. So I'm not going to do the purpose of orientation because I have already given the understanding at my opening there. Prof. Bickert, she requested to quickly make a presentation. She has got some urgent a matter to attend to. Prof. Bickert, if you can quickly come in.
Good morning, Prof. Mawela. Thank you very much for accommodating me on the program, and good morning to colleagues and to students. I'm going to perhaps start with the hot topic, and that is Turnitin. So just give me a minute to share. And then I hope to just really stick to the time allocation. So can I assume you can see my slides and you can all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Students, I'd like to perhaps change your mind about Turnitin. You may have anxiety about it and be fearful about it, and to think that it's like a big policeman that's, you know, looking over your work all the time. And I'd like you to, by the end of this presentation, see it more as a tool that we use and not as a trial that we're going to put you through. So you are part of the postgraduate cohort at the university, which means we expect you to engage more in your work, and we expect you to start giving a lot more of your own thoughts, your own ideas and opinions, obviously substantiated by what you are reading. And Turnitin, by enforcing that you paraphrase, is going to allow you to bring your own voice into your work. So some modules use Turnitin for all the assignments. Other modules use Turnitin during the exam period. So you will check which of your modules have got Turnitin integrated and work with your lecturers in terms of how it's going to work. So up until last year, Turnitin was a separate process where the honours students would be uploading assignments onto Turnitin, downloading the report, working with that report, and then when you are happy with your assignment, then taking that document and putting it onto the module site. What is happening this year, and we're waiting for that integration to be finalized, is that the two systems work together. So if your module is scheduled for Turnitin for its assignments, then as soon as you submit an assignment to the module page, it will go through Turnitin. You will be able to see that report. It's not a secret report that we keep from you when we do assignments. You will be able to see the report. You will be able to work through that report and improve your assignment and then to resubmit. And we allow, well, at least the module I have, we're going to allow 3 submissions so that you can work through the Turnitin report and improve your writing and improve your scholarly voice that comes through. So some of my slides still show last year's processes, so be aware that some of you with the modules that have Turnitin integrated, the process is streamlined and it's smoother. So Turnitin normally sends you an email once you've registered with them, and those modules that have allocated Turnitin as part of the tools that we use, you will be contacted by Turnitin. If you ever need to contact Turnitin, that is the email address if you have any challenges. And this was the old system where you had to submit your own work to Turnitin. Now we are anticipating it's integrated for those modules that have it. If at any point the system doesn't work or something's gone wrong, please don't, in a panic, submit your assignment to somebody else's Turnitin account. So you have a friend at UJ or at UKZN and you say, oh, please, my assignment's due tomorrow. Please upload my assignment to Turnitin. Because what will happen is when you eventually do submit to the UNISA system, and we can only mark what is submitted to the UNISA system and has gone through UNISA's Turnitin, then you're going to find that there's a conflict. It's going to pick up your assignment as being similar to an assignment that a student submitted at UJ or UKZN. So please do not do that. And then check, this is also an old system where you had to check that you were submitting to the correct folders, whether it was proposal or a chapter or assignment 3. I think that is going to be streamlined because it will be part of the module page itself. So you're allowed 3 submissions, whether it's per chapter or per assignment. This is also for if there are any M&D students joining us. 3 submissions for your work, the first, the revised, and the final. That means that we see Turnitin as a tool. So you have to work in advance so that you can use what Turnitin is going to tell you. You cannot submit your final assignment 5 minutes before 11 to Turnitin, and then the due date has come and gone, and you cannot do anything about the fact that perhaps Turnitin has picked up similarity that you need to paraphrase. So, and as honest students, we feel that you are capable of now preparing and planning how and when you're going to submit assignments. It also gives you time, or you should give yourself time, to perhaps contact the lecturer to say, I really don't know how to fix this. Please, can you help me? So part of being a postgraduate student is that this reliance on you to be fully engaged in your studies and to plan what you're doing is really important. So a Turnitin report normally drafts a page like this. Once you get your report, it will give you that percentage. There is a similarity percentage. It is not saying that it is plagiarized, because there are times when we need to see that you have referenced work that exists, that you have used quotes. So it will pick up work that is similar. So it's not saying it's 58% plagiarism. It's saying 58% of the document is similar to other published work. And then running down the side are the different articles and sources that you've used. Really nice if you've forgotten to put in a reference, you can find it there. So Turnitin helps you to find your lost references. As a rule, we stick to no more than 5% from one source that you use. So this bar down the side, sometimes when you open the Turnitin report, you may not see the colored text and the numbers. Then you click on this similarity percentage on the red bar. And then if you'd like to download the Turnitin report, you click the download button. This may change depending on how it's integrated into our module page, but you will always be able to download this, perhaps send it to your lecturer to ask for assistance. And then you ask for the current view. If this changes, then we will, post something for you on the module page to show you that what has changed. So a Turnitin report looks like this. It'll take your assignment and it will highlight certain sentences, words, and it will give you all these numbers. So there is no specific meaning to the colors. So red is no more perhaps dangerous than green. It's just helpful when you read it to see the different sections, and then the numbers tell you which source on your list you have take, or this comes from. So once again, as I say, it does help you with your referencing. So a paragraph like this is largely taken from other sources. There's not much here that's original. But that is really what the Turnitin report shows you, is where words, sentences, and paragraphs can be found in already published work. So a paragraph like this, something like Lev Vygotsky's social cultural theory, there's nothing you can do about it. You cannot change the name of the scholar and you cannot change the name of his theory. So something like that stays because that is what it's called, and we all accept that there's it needs to be called that. A paragraph like this is more problematic. Firstly, there are no citations. So a citation is where you say where you got the information from, like Vygotsky 1978. There are no citations to say where the work comes from. Lucky for you, Turnitin will tell you where it comes from. So you don't have to go through a million PDFs that you've saved. And then the other problematic part in this paragraph is that very little is original. A few words have been changed here and there. And then a paragraph that looks like this is really problematic, and you need to rework it and paraphrase it. Some students feel we can fix everything by putting it into direct quotes. Yes, you can use direct quotes with a citation. You are not plagiarizing. You are acknowledging where you got your information. That is not a problem. Turnitin does flag quoted text just to show that it has picked it up somewhere else. But no, it's not plagiarism if you cite the source. But try and minimize the quotes that you use, and really only use it when you can't say something as well as a particular author has phrased it, and really use it for emphasis. Don't use it as a general way in which you write. All right, so now we come to this word paraphrasing, because that's what you're going to be asked. Many of your assignment comments may say you need to paraphrase this work. So paraphrasing is saying something differently and saying it in your own words, but always giving credit to the original idea, the author of the original idea. So you're writing the same ideas in different words, but you are citing it. If you don't cite it, then it is plagiarism, because you've taken the idea and you've made it as though it's your own. So we don't mind that you use ideas in the field. We want you to use the ideas that are part of the discipline. We want you to cite it. We want you to show that you have understood what you've read. And then now coming into postgraduate work, as you paraphrase, you're going to be shortening what you've read, and it gives you the opportunity to add your voice to the discussion. So paraphrasing in 5 short steps, one way to do it: read the passage that you have in front of you several times. Academic work is complex, it's dense. We're trying to write important ideas in as few words as possible, because publishers don't want us to write in lots of words. So it makes the reading difficult. It is quite laborious to sit and read academic work. It's not easy for anybody. So read the passage several times. Then try to write down the key concepts. So what is this author talking about? He's talking about collaborative learning, and he's talking about the benefits of collaborative learning. So then try and write down, without looking at the original text, what it is that you've remembered. I've remembered he's talking about collaborative learning. He says that there are benefits, and some of the benefits are that the learners will be able to explain to each other what the work is about. Okay, then go back to the original and say, oh, what did I miss? Oh, I missed this and I missed that, and then make some adjustments. But at all times, write in your own words, and it doesn't have to be in fancy, complex language. Rather write in plain language and engage in what you are saying. So then compare what you've got and make adjustments. While you are doing this, perhaps for your assignments, you are also committing a lot of this work to memory by doing this. It's a way of learning the work, so that, perhaps for an exam, the studying will be easier, but also in your own use of this knowledge, you have it committed to memory. And then the most important thing, with paraphrasing is cite the source. These are not your ideas, but you're using them. You're writing them in your own words, and then you're going to perhaps elaborate or add to what you have paraphrased. Some other ways to paraphrase work is to change the sentence structure. So start at the back of a sentence. Perhaps there's a sentence you want to use. You want this sentence: low-income students, first-generation students, and older students are also more likely to have problems taking advantage of online courses because of both access challenges and less experience and expertise with related technology. So now I want to write that simpler. I like the idea about less experience. I'm going to start with that, and less experience I rewrite as inexperienced and inexperienced and poor computer skills. So expertise with technology, I'm just writing quite simply as poor computer skills, often plague older students or those from poorer families. So do you see, I've worked backwards. I've started with the experience and the computer skills, and I've ended with the low income. What is low income? It's coming from a poor family. So you can write it in simple English and have a look at how we have condensed what the original source was. One of the other ways to paraphrase is to break the information into separate sentences. So perhaps you have this sentence that you'd like to use. Online learning refers to a learning environment that uses the internet and other technological devices and tools for synchronous and asynchronous instructional delivery and management of academic programs. So now I'm going to break this up. I'm going to say, okay, online learning and e-learning relies on the internet for communication. So you see, I've changed what was said, but I've credited who said it. Furthermore, Barrett et al. Explain that teaching can be delivered when the teacher and the learners work at the same time online. So I'm explaining. So instead of using synchronous, I'm saying what is synchronous. And then I'm going to say what is asynchronous. Or if the teacher and the learners work at different times. So break up the information that you have. It helps you to paraphrase. As I was saying, academic writing is quite dense. Have a look at your paragraph and break it up into the ideas in the paragraph. So this is about the Moroccan government having banned computer games and its effect. So the first sentence is, the research reports have shown there is little agreement on the effect of computer games on children. So perhaps I want to write this as, there seems to be no conclusive scholarly evidence, because research is scholarly evidence, related to the effect of computer games on children. Cite the author and the date. That is important. The second idea is that green sentence, though it is undoubtedly a huge concern for many people, especially for Moroccan parents. So parents in Morocco are worried about how computer games influence their children. Plain, simple English, cite, author, date. The blue, when the Moroccan government banned the use of computer games by children under the age of 14 in 2014, 88% of the population supported the decision. There was overwhelming support. So I'm taking 88% to mean, wow, that is, quite a big support base. There was overwhelming support when the government of Morocco banned computer games for young children. So under the age of 14, I've sort of said perhaps that's younger children. And then if I'm going to use that sentence that I've paraphrased, I will include the original author and the date. And then perhaps the pink sentence is another idea. However, a group of people didn't accept it and seem to believe that games have several positive effects. And then I paraphrase it. However, not everyone feels that computer games only have negative effects. So when you break up a paragraph into the ideas in each sentence, then it's possible that you won't need them all in the same section of work. You may want the yellow sentence in an introduction to an essay. You may want the green sentence, as part of a conclusion. So then you also split up and you use the information at the right point in your assignment. One of the other things you can do to avoid plagiarism, or at least to paraphrase your work, is to bring in more than one source. And at an honours level, we do expect that you're not only going to read only your textbook or only one source for an assignment. So perhaps you've read these 3 sources, these 3 articles, technological underemployment or a fear of technology replacing teachers is a narrative sometimes heard in higher education circles. Few people see technology replacing the university lecturer in the near future, but it is rightly described as a disruptive force. The second source that you want to bring in is Kumalo. We are seeing a plethora of human classroom activities being served by computers, and then artificial intelligence will reinforce and help students, but it can't replace a human teacher. So I'm bringing all 3 of those together, perhaps. From the first source, I'm talking about the fact that exchanging a university instructor with a computer has been suggested. Kumalo suggests that more and more teaching roles are taken over by computers. However, Lynch brings in, it is unlikely that technology will replace lecturers. So I have shortened quite a lot of information into 2 sentences, 3 sentences. It now allows me some word space to give my own opinion, which is what we want at a postgraduate level, to enter the discussion with your own voice. It should, however, be the teacher that decides what technology can be integrated into learning. Perhaps that's what you want to add to it. So now you have used resources, you have paraphrased, you have made sense of it, you have shortened, and then you've brought in your own voice. So as Turnitin, highlights sections that need to be paraphrased, you use the opportunity to become a scholar and to engage with your learning. Another way is, it's very similar to the where we split sentences in a paragraph. You can also split specific words in a sentence. So instead of saying many international students, you can say lots of students who are studying abroad. So you can actually take bits of a sentence and then change within that. Be careful that you're not going to take a sentence and change 2 words and then say that you've paraphrased, because that doesn't, that doesn't mean paraphrasing. Then there are phrase banks. This is one of them. There are many available out there that are really useful to help with your writing, your paraphrasing. So this is just an introduction. This paper argues that, gives an account, and analyzes the impact of. So it gives you some really nice starting words that help you to improve your writing and help you to link the different sources that you have found that you want to bring together in an essay. You can get introductory ideas, you can get ideas of how to, bring in 2 authors, or how different authors have done the same work, how to use quoted text, as Smith reminds us, observes, notes, points out, argues, makes your work more interesting. So have a look at paraphrasing tools. No, not paraphrasing tools. Have a look at these tools that help you to make your work more interesting. Let's talk about a thesaurus. Yes, it does give you other words, but if you do not know in which context to use those other words, sometimes it can go wrong and you can use the wrong synonym. What also happens is, if all you're going to do is change people to persons and tools to apparatus, then Turnitin is going to pick up all of that, and that's not really paraphrasing. That's simply replacing 2 words with 2 other words. The use of paraphrasing software is a big problem, because it seems to be a very easy out. You copy a paragraph, you put it in there, you click, paraphrase, and then you put that into your assignment, not knowing that most times what it produces is just chaotic speech. So I put in a sentence of my textbook: curriculum theory about multicultural integration also aims to instill in people the virtues of democratic justice. And the software gave me educational modules hypothesis, and no idea what that is, in and around multicultural integration to point to implant in individuals the excellencies of law-based equity. So none of those words are used in the correct context. We don't implant anything in people in education, and law-based equity as a synonym for democratic justice just doesn't do it. So please avoid this. It does just give you this chaoticness that is not going to impress anybody. And then Turnitin also picks it up. Just the odd words that have been changed, it can also pick that up. So don't use paraphrasing software. And that leads me to hope that I have helped in terms of paraphrasing and in terms of making Turnitin useful to you. Make sure that you start early with your assignments so that you can read the Turnitin reports and use what it's saying to you to paraphrase and to become a scholar and an academic. Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much, Prof. Bickert. Thank you so much for such a wonderful presentation. Students, Prof. Bickert, this professor is also responsible for teaching the B.Ed students. So what she's saying here is very crucial because you're going to write something different from what she's teaching. She's teaching you today. She will call you into her own office and says, were you not attending the orientation? What did I say? So please, students, take that information very, very much serious. Thank you very much once more. I want to call I have several requests because of something else here. Maybe let me just quickly follow the program and I will bring in another request after this one. Accelerated Odell unit. Omukwena is working with Ndadema Diope. And I received information here that it is going to be Mr. Madiope who's going to give us the presentation under accelerated Odell unit. Colleagues, Mr. Madiope, are you here?
Good morning, Prof. Yeah, I'm here, Prof.
There you go. Thank you very much. The B.Ed honor students and the advanced diploma, the PGCE, they want to hear from you now. Thank you very much. You can take us through.
Thank you, Prof. Let me just share my screen. Thank you so much, Prof, for the opportunity to present. I'd like to greet everybody. I'd like to greet all the colleagues, and especially I'd like to greet the students. My name is Rorisang Madiope. I'm representing the Odell Acceleration Unit. We are based in the College of Education, and basically what our unit is set to do is to add on to student support. What is our mission? Our mission is to make SEDU the paragon of Odell in the University of South Africa. And basically, I'm going to speak on what we do as an Odell Acceleration Unit. So we've got, I'd say, 3 brands, and our main one is the Odell Acceleration Unit. Within the Odell Acceleration Unit, we've got e-learning labs, of which we've got 45 teacher centers that we call them. So what you have is that teacher centers are all across South Africa, and we've employed, in each center, you'll find a UNISA employee. Each center also has laptops, also has free Wi-Fi. So should you be in a position where you find yourself in any of the locations, you would be able to utilize those services for free. And then what we have as well is that outside of that, we've got what we call Tippy. Tippy is basically a brand that we developed to support students in an audio and video based way. We've got Tippy Tube, of which you can, I'll drop the link on the chat when I'm done with the presentation, so you can check it out. So what we have on Tippy Tube is that we've got videos of module content that we record within the college. Lecturers book appointments, and we then record these lectures. And so some of them are like introductions to your modules, some are feedback on your assignments. So it's a very insightful link to have, so that you can have more insight, and it's an easier way to link to your lecturer. Some students, when we look at the comments, we see that most questions are answered through these kind of videos. And then we've also got what we call TP Conversations, which is also on the YouTube platform. This is more, it's not module related content. This is more about, your college information, people within the college, getting to know them on a personal basis. And we've got Tippy Books and Tippy Podcast, which is basically a translation of your study guides or your tutorial letters basically into audio form, and then you would be able to download this as well. We also have what we call WhatsApp Business. So WhatsApp Business is a platform that we've recently created, and we use this to solve queries. So in all these centers that we have, we get students who come in and always have queries. So we found a centralized way, outside of phone calls and emails. We've created this platform where you'll be able to, if you have any query regarding anything, you'll be able to be answered. And then also now what we're doing is that we're migrating to Microsoft Streams. So every module content that you find on the YouTube platform, on TippyTube, you will also be able to access on Microsoft Streams, as it's more accessible, because it's linked with your MyLife account. This is basically what a teacher center would look like. Each center is equipped with 33 laptops. You've got a smart board there. You've got a monitor. There's air conditioning, and then you'll also find you're able to print as well. And then you've got a UNISA employee who works there who'll be able to assist you should you not be able to do anything. So most students use these spaces to study. Some go there to do their assignments. So like I said, should you be in any of these spaces, you'd be able to benefit from this project. Here what we have is basically where the locations of all the specific teacher centers. We've got two in Gauteng, about 17 in KZN, and then 5 in MP and 6 in Northwest. And we're looking to expand right now to other provinces as well, because we've realized that there's a demand in those provinces, specifically in Northwest, Itsoseng, KZN, and Vondlo. Limpopo, there's 2, which is Mastex, Seshego, and Tivumbeni and Zanin. In the Free State, we've got Harib and Sia and Kwatwa. In the Northern Cape, we've got Francis Bart in Kimberley and De Aar, which is in Springbok. Eastern Cape, we've got Alfred and Zo in East. It's in Mdantsane. We've got Sterkspruit, Lusikisiki. In Gauteng, we've got Soshanguve and we've got Delpark. In Mpumalanga, we've got Middleburg. We've got Evander and Buzini. And the Western Cape, we've got Worcester. This is basically just a visual representation of what a typical session would look like when we do record the video-based learning. So lecturers do book their sessions and they do come to record. And these are the videos and the module content that you'll find online. And this is just the poster that we had when we did the voice over artist search, where students could like apply for this as well, to get the opportunity to read the module content. But yeah, thank you so much for the time. I will post the links to our Tipeee page so that you can see more information about all the module content that you might need during the semester. Thank you so much, Prof, for the time.
Thank you so much, Rolivu Abomadiope, the Odell Acceleration Unit. You are doing a wonderful job. We really appreciate that. And I believe that the students here, they are actually waiting to come and see you or your offices to visit and get you online in any other centers across the country. We encourage all students to make sure that those centers are not just centers that which are white elephants, they are actually being used. I was requested here again by exam Memuloisani. We know she's finalizing most of our exams. Please, colleagues, you may bear with me. Can we allow Memuloisani to come and give the presentation with regard to issues related to exams? Memuloisani? Oh, she's not here. Okay, maybe she will come back. Then we'll follow the program whenever that which she will be able to join us. We will give her that opportunity. Navigating my UNISA and online exams learning management system. Professor Mpahlen. I'm in advance. Please come in, take us through, and please have all the time. You mustn't hurry. You don't hurry. I want these people to understand it very, very, very well. Well. Please give us the presentation on the how to navigate on my UNISA, and more especially this part of the online exam. Maybe by the time Memo Loisanishi comes in, the student will have better understanding. Thank you very much. You can take us off.
Thank you so much, Prof. And good morning, colleagues. Good morning, our postgraduate students. Soon we will be calling you candidates or scholars, no more students. We are getting there. So this morning, my role is to take you through how we navigate my UNISA space as well as the online exams. So before I even go further, I'm sure you see that the slide that is on the screen, I suppose you are able to see it. It is colorful with so many logos, starting with Microsoft. I just want to tell you that UNISA has partnership with Microsoft, Gijima. Higher education and training is a must. We belong to it. UCDP is the University Capacity Development Program. And inside UNISA, we have a project which I belong to, and it is called Academic Development Open Virtual Hub, in short, ADOV. And all these logos that are combined in this slide are in partnership to make sure that we develop a digital learner or a digital student. When you leave UNISA, you need to be digitally literate. You need to be confident to participate in the fourth industrial revolution. So currently there are workshops underway with Microsoft and Gijima. I'm going to share the link at the end of this presentation. If you haven't seen it on the Intcom or on your My Life email yet, just log in, because we're going to regions. It started in Gauteng region last week, is 5 days in each region. This week they are in Johannesburg until Friday, and then we are going to move to all the regions. We are going to Florida next week, and we will be also in Vereeniging and Durban. So just use this opportunity also to make sure that you understand Microsoft 365. I'm just going to touch also on the few that are relevant for you as a postgraduate student. Thank you. And these are some of the links. I'm going to share these links in the chats after this presentation. You are also going to access this information on the Facebook page of ADOF, as well as in the My UNISA space. So these links, I'm going to share them in the chat later. We need to understand that our platform is called My UNISA. Yes, it is powered by Moodle, but that fact to say it is powered by Moodle, it confuses many students. When they come into our learning management platform, they want to see Moodle. You will not see Moodle, you will see My UNISA. So I just want to highlight and emphasize that when you are getting into My UNISA, take out the word Moodle in your head. Just know that you are on My UNISA platform. Yes, for you to know that it's powered by Moodle, is additional information, is good, but do not want to see Moodle in that platform because it is My UNISA. Then we also have what we call My Life. Then sometimes when you send emails, you'll hear lecturers saying, please use My Life email, and others will just say use My Life. And there could be some confusion to some of you who are new at UNISA. We know that some of you are in postgraduate, you have been doing your undergraduate qualifications with UNISA, but not all of us. Some of you, you've been in contact universities doing your undergraduate qualification. Now you just moved to UNISA for your postgraduate qualification, and then it might be your first year or even your first time in this space. So you should know the difference between My UNISA and My Life. My UNISA is our student official portal where you are going to get your study material. We also see some of you emailing saying, when am I getting my study material? Because if maybe you have been with UNISA a long time ago when you were getting study material from the post, or you were even coming to the campus receiving a package. So gone are those days because of COVID-19. You access everything online on the platform. And yes, there are some material which are dispatched at Sunnyside registration campus. However, those are just tutorial letters, and I think they are also for some specific modules or courses. I used to see students queuing there, getting some of the packages. However, because it's here in Gauteng, we cannot expect a student to travel from Eastern Cape or Limpopo to access such. That is why we are encouraging you that please get them from My UNISA. Another thing I need to emphasize is that My UNISA is our classroom. If you were in UJ or UCT or Wits University or University of Pretoria, you would be expected to wake up in the morning and go to class every day. So at UNISA, because we are open and distance learning, you are not expected to wake up every morning to go to class. However, your classroom is My UNISA, which you can enter at whatever time, whether it's midnight, it's in the morning, it's in the afternoon, anytime. And you have to work at your own pace. You don't have to say, I have to be on learning unit 2 today, or I have to be on learning unit 3 today. You work at your own pace, at your own time. If you are employed somewhere, you can still go to work. When you come back, you get into your classroom. Unlike when you are in contact university, where you are required to be in class maybe at 9 o'clock or at 11 o'clock. My Life is our email address. This is an email address for life. When you have it for life. I can testify that my life email since I had it in the year 2000 when I was doing APET certificate with UNISA. I used it for all my qualifications at UNISA, and I'm still having it. I'm still receiving emails from it, even if I'm no longer a student. I'm still getting emails as someone who, as an alumni, because we still also having engagements as UNISA alumni. So you will use this email address for life. So once you register, you need to make sure that you activate my UNISA and you also activate my life. And then I'm going to take you through how now you activate the two. We're starting with my UNISA. After registering and you paid, it doesn't come automatically. You need to activate. You need to claim them to belong to you. By claiming my UNISA is for you to get a password, and that password, you are going to use it when you log in to your classroom, which is my UNISA, and you are also going to use the same password when you access your My Life email. So you will get into our website, which is www.unisa.ac.za. You can do that on any internet browser, except the one that is no longer supported. It is called Internet Explorer. So you need to avoid Internet Explorer, but you can use any other browser. Let it be Google Chrome, it can be Microsoft Edge, it can be the one that is used by Apple, it can be Mozilla. So any internet browser, you will be able to access this website. And then you will click on My UNISA. You'll see it is the last tab to the top right of the screen. And then this page will come up, wherein you will see username and password. The username is where you are going to enter your student number. But when you are claiming, when you are getting in for the first time, you do not enter your student number. You start by clicking where it says Claim UNISA Login. You click that tab that says Claim UNISA Login. You do that when you do not have password yet. But if you have password, you will enter your student number where it says username, and you enter your password where it says password. So now I'm talking to the person who does not have a password yet. And then you click on Claim UNISA Login, and then you go on. After clicking Claim UNISA Login, you'll get to this page where it will ask you to enter your student number. You will enter your student number in that block where it says student number, and you click Continue. After clicking Continue, another page will come up. That page is step 2 of 4, where you are supposed to complete your personal details. With the personal details, sometimes with our names, you find that when you register, when you entered your name, because the system takes what you have given it, you especially some of the names that used to end with H and others do not, like Sarah. Some people, their names are Sarah, and when you type your Sarah, sometimes you add H at the end, and sometimes you forget to put that H. So when you put your full names, you find that when you register, you forgot to put H at the end of your Sarah. And then now when it gets here, then you put the H. The system will say to you, it doesn't recognize you. And then that is where now you will get frustrated. So always remember how you put your names and your especially your names, because I see that happening mostly with the names. Then, and again, your names should be as they appear in your identity document. And then you are going to put in your date of birth, and the system is guiding you that you're starting with the year, the month, and the day. If you are having a South African identity number, you need to put it there underneath the date of birth. However, if you are not a South African student, you are going to put your passport number or your foreign ID number, because you used that when you were registering. If you are a South African student, do not include your passport number. Only your identity number is required. And then you will click OK. Then another page comes. That page, it is written claim UNISA login. On top, it has got some checkboxes and some other information which you are supposed to read. I urge you to read this information because you need to understand what is required of you. And after reading each, you check the box and then you click acknowledge, because now you are acknowledging that you have read and understood this information, and then you check the boxes. And after clicking acknowledge, you will be taken to another page where now you will be given your password. And it will also be sent to you through SMS, and it will also be sent to your email. Then what you do when you receive this password, you copy it the way it is. I encourage you to copy, because if you want to write it down and type it, sometimes it is very case sensitive, and sometimes you might not type the letters the way they are or the way they were given to you. So it is better for you to copy that password. And after copying the password, now you will go to the website again. It takes you back, or you can just go back to the website, and where now you are going to enter your student number and the password that you were given. We know that when you are given password, chances of you forgetting it are very high. So it is better for you sometimes to change that password. For you to change that password, after logging in, you are going to go to my admin. I'm going to come to that. Let me deal with when you have forgotten your password first. You might forget it because it was given to you. When you forgot it, you are going to click the tab that says forgotten password. I know you might forget your student number sometimes. If you've forgotten your student number as well, because maybe it might be you have been with UNISA some years back, now you are back. Then you forgot your student number. Then you can click on forgotten your student number. But if you only forgot your password, you click forgotten password. And then that is where you will be taken through the process of, when you click there, you will be requested to put in your UNISA student number, and then you are going to be taken through the password reset. If you didn't forget your password, you just want to change it because the one you are given, you feel like, I'm going to forget it. Then after logging in, you click on My Admin. And then under My Admin, you will find a tab that says password reset. Then you reset your password to the password that you know you are not going to forget. Once you have logged in, you will see My Modules 2022, My Modules 2021. On My Modules 2021 is mostly the old platform, which was powered by Sakai. And if you just registered this year, you are going to focus on My Modules 2022. I believe maybe they will build us another tab that says My Modules 2023. However, in My Modules 2022, you also find your 2023 modules. You shouldn't worry when you see the tabs ending with 2022, and then you think maybe your modules that you registered this year are not yet there. You click on My Modules 2022, you are going to find them. So now I want you to understand the difference between these portals. Like I indicated, My Modules 2021 is mostly our previous learning management system, but in My Admin, that is where you are going to have your admin access, where you are going to get like your finances, like when you want to know about the courses you registered, if you want to change. So this is what you find in my admin. For example, if you had your undergrad courses here, you want to see your academic record, this is where you're going to get it under my admin. And also some of us, especially ladies, we get married. When you get married, you will want to change your surname, maybe. Then you go under biographical details and then you update, you change your surname. However, you will need to upload your marital certificate as proof. And again, I've talked about changing password. And even if you want to edit your registration, you registered and then you want to change a certain module. I see many emails that are coming to us as students saying, please change this module. I don't need to do it anymore. So instead of sending email to everyone at UNISA, you can just go to my admin and go to edit registration and change it yourself. And also, if you want to know if you are owing, some of you are being paid by NSFAS. If you want to check if NSFAS has paid, you can go under financial details. Or even if you are paying yourself and you want to know how much can you pay at this point. The parcel tracking thing, it was mainly when we were delivering or couriering material to you, and then you were able to track your parcel there. However, the parcel tracking is still working because there are certificates that are being couriered to students. And then if you are expecting a certificate, you go under parcel tracking and then you track it. And also if you want a quotation for your studies. Currently, there are people who are writing, especially CTA, supplementary, they are going to use my admin site to upload their supplementary exam. But it doesn't mean we are going to be submitting assignments on my admin. We used to in the past when we were still powered by Sakai. At the moment, you submit all your assessments under my modules, all your formative assessments under my modules. Then exams, I'll talk about it later because we submit on another platform called My Exam. Just know that under assignment view on my admin, we no longer submit. Yes, when you get there, you might see the assessments that you are going to have and their due dates, but it will show that it's closed. And some of you become confused to say, I'm still yet to submit the assignment, but it says closed. What is closed is the platform in my admin, not the assessment. So you shouldn't expect to submit under my admin. I am emphasizing it. We are not submitting under my admin portal. So when you are changing password, this is the page that you are going to see. You need to remember your old password. Like I said, sometimes it's better to copy it, you paste it there, then you put your new password. This is how you will get to change your password. What happens under my module? This is the official site. It is your classroom where you are going to attend your classes. You will even wonder, why am I saying you attend your classes? Because in this site, that is where you're going to get your learning unit activities. You will get the forums that you participate in. You will get some quizzes that you will do. And in some modules, you will even get some games that you are going to be playing while learning. Then we have also e-tutor site. The official site, that is where your primary lecturer is, and that is where you are going to even see a welcome message, your primary lecturer welcoming you. Some of the primary lecturers, they even put nice videos there. Some of them, they put their pictures so that you can identify them even when you see them in town to say, oh, you are my lecturer. I saw your face on my UNISA. The official site, usually, if it's a semester site, it will end with S1 or S2. S1 standing for semester 1, S2 standing for semester 2. The e-tutor site, to see that your module has got e-tutor site, you will see a letter at the end, either E, A, F, whatever. Once you see the letter at the end of your module code, you should know that you have e-tutor site. We have group sites. I know the honors, especially the B.Ed honors, we do have group sites. And the first thing that you are going to do, the sites are closed now. They are waiting for the registration to complete. And then you are going to choose according to the topics that you'll be given. You are given research topics, and then you are going to choose according to the research topic that interests you. And then once you choose that, you are going to be thrown into a group that you are going to work with the whole year. So that will be your group site. And like I said, the group, you are not grouped automatically. You will first choose a research topic, but we'll get there. When you get there, you'll remember that I told you about it. We do have a demo. I'm going to share the link as well, where you are able to see how you view my modules, how you view your student profile, your calendar, and all that. But in this presentation, I'm going to show you how you create or how you edit your profile to add a profile picture. And that is important because when the exam comes, you are expected to have a profile picture on your module site. And that profile picture is going to assist us to identify that it is you who is writing exams. It is better to do it now than later because you don't know whether the system will give you challenges later. Once you are on my modules, we have what we call a dashboard. On the dashboard, you will see a calendar, and then there will be a menu on the far left where you see the word dashboard, and then you can make preferences of your site when you click on preferences, and then you can customize your page to say this is how you want it to look. So when you navigate your MyUNISA, there will be a navigation bar in between this block. You can scroll on that navigation. I'll do it practically if we still have time later. And then again, you can scroll in the middle. In the middle, if you just roll your mouse wheel, it will also scroll down so that you are able to see your content in your classroom. And then on the far right is the information about the blocks. Different lecturers will create blocks. These blocks is where they can create for you a block, the BLOG, where they will want you to communicate on the block. And they can also create things like leaderboards. Let me just quickly bring a different screen if it is not, so that you can see what I'm talking about. It is time out. Sorry about that. Let me quickly just log in, because if I say I'll show you later, I might be unable because of time. While it's still logging in, fortunately it logged in. Sometimes when you open your module site, it will look like this. You don't see the far left pane or the block. Then this orange little round dot or a tab there, you click on it. When you click on it, that left block will come up. And then the bar I was talking about, the navigation bar I was talking about is this one, meaning that you are able to scroll down on this scroll bar where you are able to see your assessments, your learning units, all the information you want to see on this bar. And again, when you are here, as you can see the welcome message, you are able also to just scroll in this middle part, and then all your information will be coming up. And then on this block menu, I was talking about a block like this one, BLOG is a block where a lecturer can ask you to go and post in the block. And again, you can find things like this. This is where, if your lecturer has gamified some of the curriculum, wherein you'll get some levels. As you engage in the activities, you get from level 1 to level 2, you get levels. And you can also get some badges. So there are modules with badges, like my modules. My students, when they complete certain activities, they get a badge. And then when they complete certain activities, they get to a certain level. So I just wanted to show you what you can find in this block. Another important thing that I want to show you is that when you are here on activities, this is where there are formal assessments that you are supposed to complete. The formal assessments that have got due dates. Sometimes you'll see only one and additional resources. There's this little arrow here. You need to click it to open all the assessments. So you'll be able to see all the assessments. And then when it is like this, you'll think the assessments are not there. And then also it depends on how your lecturer decided to make or for the module to look. We have what we call formats. So if the lecturer is not using this format and using a different format, but other formats, at least you see everything. It is only this advisor format where some of the activities get hidden under the section, and then you have to click this point to see all of them. I am moving away. So this is the blocks I was mentioning now, and then I just showed you how you navigate. When you are on my modules, for you to get in your relevant classroom, you click the drop-down arrow of my modules, then the modules that you have registered for will come up. And then when you click on the module, you get into your classroom, which is that module. And then it will show what I just shown now, where you'll see the welcome page of your lecturer and the activities that the lecturer is having for you. And then when you have selected the module, when you look on the right, you will see the profile, the grades, the messages, and the messages. That is where sometimes your lecturer will post messages, and you can also be able to communicate with the lecturer through these messages. And you can communicate with your fellow students through these messages. And sometimes you'll see you don't really need a WhatsApp group, because these messages, they can be your platform that you need instead of a WhatsApp group. So we're starting with the profile. Let me go back to the previous screen. The profile, you will see it on a top right corner, and then you click on the profile. When you click, it takes you to the page where it opens up the profile menu. And when you are on the profile menu, in the middle, you will see the word edit profile. Then you click on edit profile. And then after clicking edit profile, the page for you to edit your profile will come up. And then the first thing you need to do there is to add a picture, your profile picture. And your profile picture, you should not wear a mask. You can wear your spectacles, it's okay, but not a mask, because we want to identify you. And then how do you add that picture? You are going to click this a word written file there. You're going to click on file. And when you click on that file, it will take you to where you can access your picture. Maybe I should do this practically a little bit, because I thought it will. This is where you get in your profile. You will see your name when you have logged in. And then next to your name, there's a drop down arrow. You click on it, then you click on profile. And then when you click on profile, it will take you to this page of editing your profile. You click edit profile. And then when you edit your email to, and then this is where you are going to add your pick to you that file. on our file when it's your time to edit your profile.
Sure.
My network is slow. I think you can see it is buried. Then to give you an opportunity where you have same beautiful picture to
Challenge
your
of connectivity.
and then you click on it and then it
Can you hear?
and
You are breaking a lot.
say for poor network.
It's me or it's not.
Right. Once you have your picture on your profile picture was now then it will be shown your profile. So
I'll tell you
you are done with your picture. Poor, please, if I net taking that like it has okay. You for example of that how to profile on it and you see the assessments and also other activities that you have participated in.
Colleagues,
Here the nothing direct.
Prof.
where are you?
Mawela,
Colleagues? Here.
Dr. Mphahlele, the connection
I'm
is
not
bad.
hearing her and trying to.
You are not hearing me,
Can you hear?
Prof?
Yeah, I was really struggling.
Am
I
I
could
not
not hear
audible?
all.
You are audible, Dr. Mphahlele.
Can you try in?
Sorry, Prof. Dr. Mphahlele, your network is it's not well. So I believe when you are trying to explain on the uploading the profile, the student didn't hear clearly.
I think we've lost her. I can't hear anything now. Colleagues, are you still here? I heard
Yes, you
the
are
voice of
audible.
Memloisan.
You are audible,
Oh.
Prof.
Yes, like I'm left alone. All right, but I can't hear. I think we lost Dr. Mphahlele somehow. She was still explaining here from the profile to the grades there. I could not hear anything. She was breaking a lot. Mengoveni or Mentosa, if you can manage to try to make her aware that we are not able to hear her for some few minutes. We lost her. Sure, she was presenting very well. Students, I don't think you need to panic. Up to this level, I think that knowledge is still a lot. We will make available the slides. Maybe we should give the opportunity to Dr. Hanaway. If she comes back Or are you willing, Ms. Ngobeni, are you willing, Ms. Ntosa? Are you willing to get help of Dr. Mpahlele?
Yes, Prof, I'm trying to call him.
I'm back, colleagues, if you are able to hear me.
Oh, yeah, you, yes.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, we lost you. Yeah, we were very much worried now. Yeah. Okay. Maybe
Apologies. I'm in the office. I tried the Wi-Fi, UNISA, the LAN, my phone. It was just not allowing me.
oh no. I'm also in the office, so it's coming to me very soon. It must never come to me.
So
okay.
we were
ahead.
together when I talked about where to view the grades.
Yeah, I think there the grades is where we started to battle to hear you. But you can just maybe towards the end of it continue from there.
Okay. Thank you, colleagues. I was showing you that as you will be doing assessments, you'll want to see how much you have received, and you're going to click on grades. When you are on that module, it will show you all the assessments that you've done and the grades. And if the assessment is not yet graded, it will have a dash. And if it is graded, you will see the mark there. And they are not always going to be in this format. Sometimes you will find that they are arranged in a horizontal way, wherein you'll find assessment 1 here, assessment 2, assessment 3, following each other horizontally. So the manner in which they appear shouldn't worry you. You should just know you look for the mark under the word grade, and then you are going to see it. With the calendar, this is where you can see the due dates of certain assessments, or if there are any other activities. Some lecturers, they organize Teams workshops. They also make sure that they appear on the calendar. So it's important, time and again, to click on the calendar and see what is happening. As you can see on the screen now, where it shows the quiz, it means that quiz will be due on this date. And also on your calendar, you'll see some shaded numbers. The number that is shaded, it shows that there is something that is happening on that day. As you can see on the calendar, even though it is for May 2022, it is the second is shaded. And when you check the calendar here in the middle, is shaded because the quiz is due on that 2nd of May. So this is how you're going to be viewing your assessments due dates. I remember receiving emails from students saying, when is assessment 1 due? So it is important that we know that we check it from the calendar. I've already shown you this part practically to say, on the left side, you can navigate, you can be able to click whatever item you want to do, whether it's assessment, whether it's an activity, and you can also scroll down here. I've already shown that practically. So the module size will differ according to the lecturers, but you just need to know that when it comes to announcement, it is the space that is used by the lecturer to communicate messages to you. You should not find yourself typing in an announcement, because you might mislead other students. They might think your message comes from the lecturer. The announcement is an activity or a resource that is used by lecturers to convey messages to you. And then you are going to be getting your tutorial letters and your study guide under additional study material. Some lecturers will even name the folder tutorial letters, so that you know here they are tutorial letters. And the folder that is saying additional resources, mostly that's where you'll get your study material. We used to get tutorial letters under official study material. In not all modules you will find it. in some modules, you will find them under official study materials, but if you don't find them there, do not panic, just look under additional study material. There are modules with prescribed material. Some do not have. If when you click the tab prescribed material, it doesn't show you anything, you shouldn't worry. You should know that your module does not have any prescribed material, or you can just find out with your lecturer to say, do we have any prescribed material? Like you will find that it gives you the message saying consult your tutorial letter 101 or consult your lecturer. So it doesn't mean you will always find something. It will depend on your module. I already talked about the official study material as well, also the announcements. How do we now identify the different assessments that our lecturers are sending to us? Previously, you will find that in our Sakai platform, you will have MCQ assessments, which some of you will receive from the post a marking reading sheet where you are going to answer those questions on, and then you send it by post. Or you log into My UNISA, and then the online marking reading sheet comes up, and then you click, you choose your correct answers. Things have changed. We have the quiz activities where lecturers can put multiple choice types of questions, true or false, drag and drop, fill in the correct word. Even the essay type questions can be included in the quiz. So if you open your assessment one, which sometimes you can think is a multiple choice, and you don't find multiple choice questions in there, you should not think it is wrong. That is why now we are telling you that under this quiz, you can get different types of questions, but mainly most lecturers, they prefer to use it for multiple choice. And how do you identify that this is a quiz? This is the icon for the quiz. It has got some three horizontal lines that are not equal. Then you know this is a quiz. This is how we identify it. And another thing, when you are given this type of an assessment, just know that you cannot do it offline. You have to be online. If you do not have data, make sure that you get data, because sometimes you can tell yourself, I've got 2 megabytes. I just want to open the assessment and see the questions, and then I'll write by hand. This is not the type of assessment that you are going to write by hand. You need to be online and then answer the questions. Another thing is that some of the questions might be randomized. And some lecturers, they randomize the options that you are going to be choosing from, and also the randomized questions. We know as students, what we like to do is that we like to be on the assessment, and then we check the questions so that we can share with our friends to say, help me, what is the correct answer for a question 2 or 3. I'm not sure if I am sharing. I'm worried. Let me share again.
Yeah, you are no longer sharing now. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So if you do that, if you want to see all the questions and then thinking that you're gonna work out answers and go back, believe you me, when you go back, you might even get a different set of questions than those that you had before. That's number one. Number two, if when you were checking these questions, maybe taking screenshots of them, thinking that you get the answers and you just write number 1 answer is B, number 2 answer is C, you'll find the options also have been randomized. And then you will be surprised when you get 0. I have a student who got 0 last year with multiple choice in one of the assessments. And then she was like surprised, because sometimes we give you only 2 attempts. The first attempt, she used it to gather the questions and work on the answers. When she went back, she didn't even read. She just clicked on the options to say number 1 is B, number 2 is C. She got 0. She couldn't believe it. And there was nothing we can do because we give only 2 attempts. So I am giving you this information so that you make sure when you attempt this assessment, you go through your study material. You understand what is required of you. You do not cram. You do not just choose the correct answers. We have another type of assessment, which is an assignment activity. This assignment activity, this is where now, if you have 3 megabytes or 5 megabytes of data, you can go in and then you download the question paper, you save it on your computer or you can save it on your phone. And then you look at the questions while you are relaxed, and then you take your pen and paper, you write your responses. And when you are done, you can scan your responses with your phone or with a scanner, and then you save them as PDF, then you come back, you upload here. So you see the difference between the quiz and the assignment activity. We also have assessments that can be in the form of forum. I'm going to come to that. How do we identify that this assessment is an assignment activity which I am going to upload? This is the icon. It has got an arrow facing down. This arrow that is facing down, it shows you that you are going to upload something in here. So it's either you type or you write by hand and then you upload. But there is also an option of typing in. Some lecturers can say, we don't want you to upload, we want you to type in. So just check the instructions properly. And if the lecturer now wants you to type in, you shouldn't say, no, they said this kind of an assessment, we write by hand, we upload. There are 3 options to it. You can write by hand and upload, you can type and upload, you can still type in if they gave you that option. I see the hand, Prof, I'm not sure if it is related to what I'm saying, or maybe am I no longer audible?
No, you are audible. Please continue. We indicated that questions should be posted on the chat. So continue,
Okay.
please. Yes.
We also have a forum activity, which can be a formal assessment. So this is how you will identify a forum. With a forum, similar to quiz, you cannot do forum offline. The only assessment you can do offline is the assignment activity where you are going to upload. On the forum, no, actually, I'm wrong. Sorry about that. On the forum, yes, for certain assessment, depending on the instruction, you can upload. The lecturer can say to you, work out your response on a Word document, or you can write by hand, and then you are going to upload. We can upload also on the forum, but mostly on the forum, you are going to post. When you post, when you open the forum, you are going to get this tab that says add a new discussion topic. You click on it, and then after that, you are going to get a menu where you can click a reply if maybe the topic has been added. But if you are the one adding a new topic, after clicking add new topic, you'll be given a space where you can type. Sometimes you are required to upload something in the forum. If you are expected to upload, you should look down on the bottom right corner of your forum. You will see the tab Advanced. You click Advanced, then it will open up the portal for you to upload something. But if you didn't click Advanced, you will only see where you can type your reply. You won't see where you are going to upload. And even if you don't want to upload anything, maybe you want to post a screenshot or a picture, you want to just paste it on your reply. As long as you didn't click advance, it will not accept whatever you want to paste in the form of a picture or a screenshot. So make sure that if you want to paste a picture, you click on advance first, and then you will be given a menu where you can be able to upload. We spoke about the dashboard. This is a link that I'm going to share with you that will guide you when you want to remind yourself, how do I do something on my modules? How do I view my badge? How do I view my calendar? And then when you click on this link, it will generate these embedded links here, and then they will guide you if you want to remind yourself. Like if you forgot how to view your grades, then you will click on this link, it will take you through. Even if you forgot how to create edit your profile and add your profile picture, you'll get that information on this link. I'm going to share it with you. And then you can even just scan this QR code. Even now on the screen, you can scan this QR code. You are able to scan it on this screen right now and with your phone. And then when I send you the link and this presentation, you can either use the link or scan the QR code. We do have My Modules app. Some students mislead each other to say they should install Moodle app. Hence, at the beginning, I said the word Moodle, we should just take it away from our minds, because yes, our platform is powered by Moodle, but it doesn't mean when you look for it, you should look for Moodle. You should always look for My UNISA and My Modules. If you want an app on your phone where you can access easily your assessments and other activities, when you go to App Store, either Google Play or App Store or whatever, it will depend on the device that you are using. But as long as you go to your App Store, you need to look for My Modules app, UNISA My Modules app. Last year, is it last year? No, 2021, there was a student who was misleading other students, even sharing the video of downloading or installing this app, and he was misleading people to install Moodle app. And I don't know whether the person was going to get paid for getting many people to install that app, but I saw it even posted in one of our orientations. So students, let's beware of students that can take us for a ride for their own content. And we know they are at work on YouTube and on Twitter and Instagram. Some people are at work, they get paid to get the content, and let's not allow them to misuse us. We only install My Modules app. My live email address, I explained what it is, and then this email address, you need to use it when you communicate with anyone at UNISA. If you do not use my live email, your emails sometimes get blocked. We can't receive them. And as a result, you are going to complain to say UNISA lecturers are not responding to emails. It is because to protect your information, UNISA is blocking personal emails that are coming through our email addresses. And again, when you send an email using your My Life email address, I'm not even going to ask you to send me your student number, because your email already in it, it has got a student number, and then I can just take your student number and check whatever query you are sending to me as the lecturer. If you haven't claimed My Life email yet, when you are on My UNISA or on UNISA website, you just look on your left side, you just look down there, you will see my live email, and then you click on it. After clicking on it, it will take you to Microsoft Sign In. When you are here, you put your student number, then you say at mylife.unisa.ac.za, and then you click next. And sometimes it will give you challenges, especially when you just registered. If you just registered, you need to give it a time, like 24 hours, so that your registration it is synced into the system, and then you will be able to create. And sometimes it can give you problems because where you are working, maybe where you are working, you are also using Microsoft, and then you are using Outlook email. So you shouldn't now set it up this way. You should go to your Outlook, and when you are on your Outlook, I'm just going to show you now. When you are on Outlook like this, you are going to go to File. I think I was too fast. When you are on your Outlook, let me be on the emails. You go to File, and then you will see underneath your email address, which is your work email address. Maybe you're working at a certain department. It will be your email address on top there. You're going to click where it says add account, and then you are going to add your My Life account to be an additional account on your Microsoft account. So I know people who at work, they are using Microsoft, they sometimes get challenges to add their My Life account this way. So you need to add it as an additional account to your email address. Then you will be able to get My Life emails, and you will be able to communicate with us. And then this is how your My Life email will look, and then you will start communicating well with your lecturers. Another thing that is important to you, which comes as a package after you register, is Microsoft 365 account. Microsoft 365, it is sold, you buy a license. So with your registration, you also bought a license to Microsoft 365. Please make use of it. I don't want to say it's free. Nothing is for free here on earth. You paid for it. Now that you paid for it, please make use of it. You shouldn't find yourself when you open your laptop, you open Microsoft Word, then you get a message that says you should activate your account. If you are seeing that message, you should know that you are not using what is privileged of you to use, which is Microsoft 365 account, which is paid by the money that you registered with. What is this Microsoft 365? It is our the account that gives you access to Microsoft packages like Word, Excel, PowerPoint, OneNote, and you even going to get a cloud where your documents are going to be saved online. As postgraduates, you are doing research. There's nothing painful like when you were saving your research work on your laptop and that laptop gets stolen or get crashed, and then now all your research work is gone. Once you get into this Microsoft 365, I urge you to make sure that you activate your OneDrive. You make sure all your assessments, all your work, you put it under OneDrive. Even if they steal that laptop of yours, even if it crashes, even if at work they say to you, bring our laptop today, they don't want to give you a laptop anymore, or your contract ends and then you have to hand in your laptop, you do not worry, because all your work is safe. When you open any other laptop, you open your My Life account, you go to your OneDrive, you will find all your documents. And the good thing about this 365, you can load it on your 5 devices. You can load it on your cell phone, your laptop, your work laptop, your personal laptop, all the gadgets you have, your iPad, your tablet. You can even, for backup, load it on your one of the family members so that you know is for your backup. Then once you've done that, you are good to go. These are some of the apps you are going to get on Microsoft as you activate that 365 account. As postgraduate, I urge you to go and start to explore this app, OneNote, and the planner. With the planner, you are able to plan your work properly. You can even plan your work activities, your study activities. There will be no time where you say you request extension for assessment, because you are going to plot all your work under this planner and it will remind you. With OneNote, as I'm talking to you right now, if you have opened your OneNote and you take notes with it, you can even just record me with OneNote, and as you are recording me, it transcribes for you what I'm saying, and then you have your notes. And these notes, when you open your phone, the 365 on your phone, the notes are there. When you are attending a lecture, you just use your OneNote. If you are in a meeting, you use your OneNote, you record with your OneNote. It's a very wonderful tool. And maybe because I'm going to be involved with honors modules this year, I will do like a workshop one day for you on OneNote and Planner and show you how best you can use it. Another tool which is very wonderful is To Do. It is also a reminder tool where you can put all the reminders, so that on the to-do list, you can do your daily reminders on it, and then it reminds you what to do. And before the sunset, you check it again, you tick off the ones that you have done, and then you know you are good to start another day. So these are also the advantages of Microsoft 365. You are able to access your documents anywhere. Suppose you left your laptop, you are away overseas with work, and you get an email on your phone from the lecturer saying you uploaded the wrong assignment. Because that assignment is in your OneDrive, you just take your phone, you go to that assignment, then you send it to the lecturer. You don't say, oh, I left my laptop, I'm overseas, I can't send it now, I'll see when I come back. No, you can collaborate. Even on OneNote, you can collaborate. On Planner, you can, when you have a group assignment, you can allocate each other tasks on the Planner, and then you are able to collaborate. The documents are automatically saved when you are online on OneDrive. You don't have to click save. Even if you forgot to click save, your documents are automatically saved, and they are forever secured. When your laptop crashes, it doesn't affect your OneDrive. And you can also be able to access the Teams. I hear the voice. This is the link for you to access the Microsoft 365. I'm also going to post it in the chat. It's just office.com. And then when you sign in, you are going to use your MyLife email and your password. And then you are good to go. It will tell you to install, you install everything, and then you are good to go. Then you are, when you click install, you will get this message that says you want to include all this, or you want to install other options. Please choose where it says you include all this, you choose the first option, so that it installs everything for you. And like I say, you can install in 5 devices. Once you have your MyLife and Microsoft account, you will know that you will not have any challenges. Even during exams, you will not experience any challenges. We will not see you sending an email with a Gmail on the day of exam saying, I can't find my question paper. When we're doing exam, you don't find it on my modules. You will get a different link to my exam. We are College of Education. Your my exam will start with SEDU, my exam. Every college, they've got their own link. So you shouldn't think that you know someone who is studying law or who is studying economic management sciences will share a link with you. The link for SEDU is link for SEDU. Then once you are on my exams looks exactly the same as my modules. And then you are going to be accessing your exam paper the same way you were accessing your assignments on my modules. When you want to log on to my exams, the logging in is a little bit different. You will also see my exams tab when you are on the UNISA website. It's just below my live email and UNISA radio. You will click on my exams. When you click on it, it opens a page that has got the dates. So you need to know the date of your exam. And sometimes when your date is not near at that time, it will not feature in this tab where the dates are shown. So usually it shows about 5 dates that are about to be due. And then if your date is not there, don't worry, just keep on checking. Because even the assessments are loaded 7 days before the exam, but you are not going to be to access them. They will be accessed during the date of the exam. So once you click on the date, it will show, it will take you to where you can be able to log in, and then you are going to log in with your student number and password. And when you log in, make sure that you see some green colors, or is it blue colors? If you see orange colors on the page where you're supposed to log in, you should know that you are on a wrong portal, or you should know that your network is not so strong to take you through. Because if you log on when the page is orange, it will keep on saying your credentials are wrong. So as long as when you click on your module, and then it gives you an orange screen, just pause and check your network connections. It should give you either a green page or bluish page. I'm a colorblind person, forgive me for that. But as long as it is not an orange color. So if it's an orange color, do not even bother to log in. When I say orange color, I mean the one that looks like my exam tab. So you will get to the exam page. As I said, it looks the same as my modules page. Then you will find your exam there, and then you will know if your exam is a quiz or is a file upload. The most important thing is that we have a link in the portal where I said you are going to be able to check how to access your grades and stuff. We also have a My Exam portal that I'm going to share with you. In that portal, you get a link where you are able to check if your exam is going to need a Moodle proctoring or Invigilator app or IRIS. Previously, IRIS was only meant for CSET college. Currently, we saw that the College of Accounting are going to use it for these exams. We're not sure if SEDU will employ IRIS towards the end of the year. We will hear, because it seems like now there's a move towards IRIS. So there is a link where we call it a lookup. You look up and see that the module that you are going to write is going to require which type of proctoring. So you should be ready and practice. And we also have some mock exams where you practice with the proctoring tools. So you remember I said this icon, it shows you that here you can expect some multiple choice, fill in, matching column, all those type of questions. And then once you see also this icon, you should know that the proctoring here is Moodle proctoring. And with Moodle proctoring, we require that your profile picture is there, because you are going to allow the camera. When we see you on the camera, we should compare with what is there on the profile picture and say, this is Sheila Mphahlele who is taking this assessment. So usually we have two assessment types, the quiz and the assignment. Yes, usually they associate it with MCQ, which is multiple choice questions, but I just warned you that you might get not only multiple choice in there, and you shouldn't now go back to the lecturer and complain and say, but this is supposed to be MCQ. There is no rule that says it should only be MCQ. I talked already about the proctoring tools. It is important that you, way before exam, you know if your modules are going to be using all of this so that you familiarize yourself with them, or if your modules are only going to use one of this. There's another thing where your module is not exam venue, is not going to be online exam, where you are going to be doing a portfolio or maybe a practical work. On your timetable, you will see that it says module arrangement. If on your timetable you don't see the date of your exam and it says module arrangement, you should know that it is either a portfolio. And if it's a portfolio, you are going to get it from my modules, not my exam. And if it is a portfolio, you should not worry about these proctoring tools, because you are going to write it similar way as you are writing an assignment. So, like I said, I'm going to share with you that link of my exams. At the moment, even if you click the link of checking the tool, it will show you nothing because we are not yet at exam time. So I already told you that we need your profile picture because it's going to be needed if you are writing a quiz activity type. And mostly where you are writing take home, that is where you are going to use Invigilator app. And that can change. You might use Iris. We are not sure. But at the moment, you need to be aware of these proctoring tools. We do have our students with special educational needs. We are also catering for them. We have Ntate Nkuna in the house, if I'm not wrong. He will explain more about the support that our students with special educational needs get. And when you are a student with special educational needs, you need to know this email address of arcswit@unisa.ac.za. I am going to spell it out. It's arcswid@unisa.ac.za to communicate with them, to make sure that you get all the information you need. I mentioned that in the in one of the links I'm going to share with you, we also do mock exams. You are going to be practicing to get used to the Invigilator apps, but we're going to open the mock exams closer to the time of exams. This is the link I'm going to share in the chat. It is, you will see at the end, it ends with my exams guides. And then this is where you're going to get all the information also about the Invigilator apps. There are requirements for the devices that we use. And if you don't pay attention to these required devices, you might experience challenges, especially when now you are supposed to write an exam. Yes, I know in my language they say malapa ha lekane, and it simply means we are not equal. We don't afford similar things. However, we are saying the device that you are using, especially if you are going to be writing exams with, it should not be older than 5 years. The lifespan of technological gadgets are mostly 2-3 years. If it takes you longer than 5 years, it's really sometimes a blessing. However, I've seen that nowadays the gadgets that are being developed, like the one I'm using, it will be valid until 10 years. However, those ones which they can take longer years, they are most expensive. And the ones that are affordable are the ones that sometimes after 5 years, they are unable to update and they are no longer compatible with certain apps and softwares. You need to make sure that you are using the latest operating system. Currently, majority of us are on Windows 10. Some are still on 7, but few of us are on Windows 11. So we need to keep up with the trends of technology. I know it's difficult because I said we are not equal, but let's try our best. If you are able, sometimes you find that, yes, you can afford, but you didn't know. Now that you know, just make sure that your device will be compatible with the current technology. And make sure that your device has space. When you buy a laptop nowadays, when you buy a phone nowadays, it is no longer about beautiful pictures that a phone can take. It is about the space that your computer will, your phone will have, or your computer will have, because we don't want a situation where now you want to load Iris or you want to load other proctoring apps, and then it says to you, you don't have a space. Most importantly, make sure that on your devices, you have a working camera, you have a microphone, and then you are able to hear. I'm sure you will be testing that when you join this kind of events, to say, I can speak on my phone or on my laptop when I'm on Teams. So these are just the things that I was mentioning right now. And they are laptops which sometimes they are unable to connect to the Wi-Fi. Last week, I was at the regional office where we were doing Microsoft work. Some students brought their laptops, and it was heartbreaking because some of them, they could not even log on to the Wi-Fi. Prof. Mawela, when some of our students are saying they are unable to connect, is a reality. Their gadgets are failing them, and some, even if we give them data, that data just gets depleted because of poor connectivity wherever they are. And with this load shedding, is even worse, because even if at that moment it's not load shedding at your area, the fact that maybe in the area where the tower is, there's load shedding, then you get a challenge. I'm thinking maybe Maud, you are warning me about time. I'm wrapping up. We are having regional support services. We have different regions of UNISA. Please make sure that you locate the regions. When you have a problem, take your laptop, take whatever device you have, go to the regional office. There are officials there called DLAs. They will support you. Even if you are struggling with installing Microsoft 365, you can take your devices, you go to the regional center, they will assist you. And there are other support services that they are providing. They can assist you in other skills that I just wrote there. And with regards to online ethics, netiquette, and then we have also this course which you can join at your own time, just to show you how you navigate the UNISA space. And then when you join the course, it will direct you to other services that are of most important for you as a UNISA student. These are also some of the links that we will share with you. If it's your first year student, you've got a first year site, and then you click that link. When you get this presentation, it will direct there. And then we should know that here at UNISA, you get training, you get skills, you get knowledge, and you become a valuable member of the society. We also have web orientation and then some social media platforms. If you need help, you can email inquire@unisa.ac.za. And also when you have a problem with my modules, sometimes you register 10 modules, you find that when you click on my modules, you only see 8 modules or 7 modules. Then you need to email my modules 22@unisa.ac.za. You shouldn't email everyone at UNISA. And then when you need information that I mentioned about ADOF, you email adof@unisa.ac.za. These are the digital centers that we have around the country. They are 22 in number. You can check the one around your area. You can see we have one in Duduza, we have one in Soweto, Togoza, Bronkhorstspruit, Mamelodi, Retabiseng here in Gauteng, Limpopo, Garamokgopa. And remember, our Minister for Electricity is Mr. Ramokgopa. So nowadays we should be nice to the Ramokgopas because that they are the ones holding our electricity. And we've got the ones also in Limpopo, Ramutiba, Mokopane. Ramokgopa again, we have 2. You can see Ramokgopa is really a known surname. Is they are very important people. So you will get this presentation, I believe, and then you will get also this recording. You will be able to check the area next to you if indeed you have a digital access center where you can go and get support. You can see even in Free State we have. Let me apologize for the cutoff and also apologize for taking too much time. I believe this information, our students needed it. From me, thank you and good luck with your studies.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You have actually done a very good, wonderful work. We know that our students are going to benefit a lot from this presentation, a thorough one. So a teacher was here in the classroom. When teachers are talking, you know that is a teacher 2 hours down the line. I'm not sure if I am to give, let me go ahead.
Thank you very much, Prof. Mawela, and good morning, colleagues, our fellow academics, and especially to our postgraduate students. You are such an important group of students in higher education because you are literally the bridge between undergraduates and MND. And we know the National Development Plan is telling us to grow our masters and doctoral cohorts. And so you are in the very right place, crossing that bridge so that we can see you all in our master's and doctoral qualifications in a couple of years' time. This morning, I'm going to be presenting just very briefly about your curriculum, and then I'm going to speak about the advanced diplomas in the College of Education, the postgraduate diplomas, and lastly, the Bachelor of Education. My presentation isn't going to be long, but please, if there are any questions specifically with regard to your curriculum, pop them in the chat, and after the presentation, I'll answer where I can. So most importantly is to access your curriculum. If you go to our College of Education website and you go to the Honours and Postgraduate Diplomas, you will see the drop-down list under Education where it lists your qualification that you are busy with. You can click on that link and it will take you to the curriculum so that you know exactly what your modules are and how you can plan your studies accordingly. I'm going to now go into the advanced diplomas that we have in the college. There are 4 advanced diplomas that we have in SEDU at the moment, and these are all 120 credit NQF level 7 qualifications. They are fully online, and as Dr. Mphahlele has just presented, you will have all the skills to engage with your content, with your lecturers, with your assessments in the online space. Each qualification consists of 5 modules. It is a 1-year qualification. but you do have up to 3 years to complete. And these advanced diplomas are professional qualifications. So it's a CPD qualification to strengthen and enhance an existing specialization in a specific subject. Like you can see there, the advanced diploma in intermediate phase mathematics. It focuses specifically on that specific subject, or to develop a new role and practice support in your teaching and learning. These qualifications give you a pathway into our postgraduate diplomas in the college. Then, as I mentioned, the pathway into the postgraduate diplomas, we have 7 postgraduate diplomas in the college at the moment. These are also 120 credit qualifications. They're at a higher level, at an NQF level 8. They are also fully online, and they also consist of 5 modules in the curriculum. It's also a 1-year qualification where you have a maximum of 3 years to complete. And like the advanced diploma, it is a professional qualification, but now it's continuing that professional development of teachers, as well as preparing you for advanced leadership in the field and/or studies. It may articulate with the masters, and I say that because it depends on the nature of the program. But what we have done as a college is to assist you moving from a postgraduate diploma into our master's qualifications. There is a rule which was approved a year or 2 ago, which allows you from the postgraduate diploma to apply for a master's. But before you actually begin with your master's work, you have to complete 2 non-degree purpose modules to meet the research requirements. So you will complete your postgraduate diploma, you will apply for your master's, and then you will do the 2 research modules, and thereafter your master's in education. So those of you that are planning to go forward in your studies, there is a route there for you if you are in the postgraduate diplomas. And then lastly, our Bachelor of Education Honours. This is 120 credits NQF Level 8 qualification. It is not in the professional stream like the advanced diplomas and PGDIPs. It's more the academic stream, and it is specifically to prepare students for research-based postgraduate studies. Through the honours qualification, you will consolidate and deepen your knowledge of the field, and you will also start to develop your research capacity, so that should you go into a master's, you will have the underpinning skills. This is a fully online qualification as well. It is a 2-year qualification, and the reason for that is because you do your theoretical modules first and then your research project in the 2nd year. It also consists of 5 modules, and there's various rules of registration for the honours students, so that you have the necessary underpinning in the theoretical modules before you move into your research project module, the HREDU 82. So those of you that are in your 1st year in honours this year, you can register up to 4 modules. One of them must be the RSE module, because that is a prerequisite for the HREDU 82. And once you complete those, you can move into your 2nd year, complete the remaining modules that you have not done, and take the research project module where you will be engaged in supervised research. And I think that's all short and sweet from my side. I like to always reiterate, please make sure that you check your emails regularly, visit your MyUNISA and read all the announcements that are posted. The university will communicate formally with you about any matter related to your studies. So don't necessarily trust what's out there in other groups. If there's something formal coming from the university, it will be communicated via email or via an announcement on the official sites. And then I wish you well in your studies, and I'm going to leave you with this quote. Let us think of education as the means of developing our greatest abilities, because in each of us there is a private hope and dream, which, fulfilled, can be translated into benefit for everyone and greater strength of the nation. So I really hope that this first step in your postgraduate journey is not the last, and we see you soon on the stage graduating and further studying at UNISA. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hanaway. Thank you so much for the wonderful, short, to the point indeed. I see the hand. Oh, okay. All right. Yes, yes, we do applaud for the wonderful presentation. Indeed, education should be made a societal priority number one in our communities, in our society at large. And what Dr. Mphahlele was also indicating, it is very much disturbing when we see our students not having proper devices, and that's because they are coming from the disadvantaged community background. And really something that which, while we are encouraging them to visit all the centers as UNISA, I know we are addressing it by providing the laptops and the likes, but to reach out to all is supposed to be made a societal priority number one indeed. Thank you very much, Dr. Hanaway. Prof. Madia, academic writing for the postgraduate, and I know you have got most of these students under you. They are under your leadership, most of these students. So, Prof. Madia, thank you very much. I believe you are here. Can you please come through and just share with us academic writing for postgraduate students?
Good morning, Prof.
Morning, morning.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. That's our students. Thank you, Prof, for affording me the opportunity to talk to our dear students this morning. I understand that most of what I'm going to say has already been touched on by Professor Bickert and Dr. Hanaway also has touched on some of the aspects, but I believe that there is still something also that is valuable that our students do need to hear today, this morning. So as indicated, dear students, my name is Professor Madikizela Madia, and I will be talking to you this morning about academic writing at postgraduate level. So I'm going to jump, Prof, through you, Prof Mawela, the slide of context, because I want to be as short as possible. I think there's been a lot of listening, and I don't want our students to miss the point. I'm going to jump that slide because Dr. Hanaway has touched on it. And I'm going to talk a bit about the competencies that are required of someone who is doing B.Ed honors. And then I'm going to speak about how we support our students towards attaining those competencies. And then particularly, I'm going to speak more about how the students should write. This is the slide that I'm jumping. Then I'm emphasizing the B.Ed honors in this presentation because, as Dr. Hanaway has indicated, it is a qualification at NQ level 8, which means the expectations are not the same in terms of how you write as a student. They are not the same as how you have been writing before. Yes, there are similarities, but there are now additional expectations. So part of I picked just a few of the expected competencies at NQF level 8. And those, if you go to the SACA website, you'll find that They are in two groups. There are applied competencies, and there is autonomy of learning as a competence as well. So in terms of applied competencies, at this level as a student, you are expected to have an ability to deal with complex problems. So it's not just a matter of having a material, writing exams. You must be able to deal with complex problems using your intellectual, research, and technological resources. So there will be a lot of thinking in this program, in this qualification. You will do a lot of thinking, you will do a lot of research, and you will, as Dr. Mphahlele indicated, you will be using a lot of technological resources and the other tools that you will be provided in your discipline or in the program. And also you must be able to effectively retrieve information and process skills. You must be able to critically engage with research, current research, and scholarship in the area of your specialization. This is what SAQA expects of you, SAQA. Then you must be an autonomous learner. What does that mean? You must be able, among other things, you must be able to evaluate your own work. You must be able to evaluate critically other scholars' work with justification. In other words, whatever you come across, you evaluate it. You don't just take it for what it gives you. And you must be also in a position to learn independently, professionally, and ethically. You must be able to manage your tasks in those using those values. So this is what is expected of you. There's a lot that you can also get from the SAQA website, as I indicated. So what do we do as the academics that are involved in B.Ed honors? What do we do to support our students to attain these competencies? So among other things, the program itself, B.Ed honors, is offered fully online, which means we are already doing what SAQA wants of you, that you must be able to deal with technological resources and tools, because you will only be doing this program online, right? Then in the program, there's a compulsory module, which Dr. Hanaway mentioned, which is a Research in Education module, RSE 4801. So what is the purpose of this module? It is compulsory for everyone who is doing this program will do that module. Its aim is to develop the postgraduate level knowledge, skills, and competencies, which will enable the students to be competent researchers in an educational context. So there's a lot that you will learn from that module in terms of what is required of you as a researcher at this level. So from the module, again, you will learn to understand the theories and methodologies in educational research. You will be introduced to a variety of theories, different methodologies. That's that you can use when you are doing educational research. You will get to understand and use these methods and techniques in educational research. You will also be offered an opportunity to apply some of the information that you will have learned. And you will also learn to acknowledge or reference the sources from which you found that information. In other words, we are preparing you to be able to evaluate and engage critically with the views of others, because you should indicate where you got the information from. Professor Picard mentioned this. dealt with it in a bit of a detail. Then there is also another module which is compulsory. It is actually the research project, HREDU 82. Everyone has to do that module on their second year of registration. This module or the project guides you to do a research project in a chosen discipline in education. Not all the disciplines will be offered in 2023, but you will be guided to be able to do research in your discipline, even going forward when you do the next level of study. This module also provides you an opportunity to apply the theories that you will have learned in the other module, the RSE 4801. You will be able to apply those theories, you apply the concepts and the methods that you have learned there. So you are going to learn all these so that by the time you complete this qualification, you will proudly say, I learned something when I was doing my B.Ed honors. Then also, you are going to develop a research project practically, or a research proposal from one of the disciplines that will be offered this year. This you will do with the guidance of some of the lecturers that will be involved in the program. So the proposal that you will develop this year, or let's say next year, you can develop it further for your master's qualification going forward. So you must take this very seriously, learn as much as possible, so that when you get to the next level of your study, you don't struggle. Because most of the time at master's level, we expect you to have learned to understand these theories and methods. We are not starting from a blank slate. You have learned something from your B.Ed honors. So make sure that you learn as much as possible. So then, getting to the gist of my presentation, which is how should you write? All what I've said now, what are its implications in terms of how you should write as a B.Ed honors student? First of all, you need to prepare to write. You can't just get a question and then sit down, open the book, and start writing. You must prepare to write. How do I prepare to write? You critically engage with the provided reading materials and also the other relevant literature that you might find from the library and from the internet, from Google Scholar. You need to engage with those materials. By engaging, I mean you don't read just looking for keywords that relate to the question that you are addressing. No. But what you do when you read at this level in preparation for writing, you identify assumptions from what you are reading. You identify values, knowledge systems, claims. You compare the texts that you are reading so that you can identify the consistencies and inconsistencies, so that once you have done that, now you will be able to draw conclusions from those reading materials. So it's no longer about what is the question, let me go find the keywords from the text, let me just take that paragraph. That must be the answer to what I'm supposed to do. So what you are doing in preparation for reading, again, what this means is that you are critical of the case studies and other sources that you are reading. You are not accepting anything that you come across as the truth with a capital T. If you have to accept it as the truth, you still need to justify, to say, this is the most acceptable information regarding this particular topic, because you still need to justify, even if you accept it. So that is why we say you must be critical in the way you engage with your reading materials. That's how you prepare to write. So again, in how to write, the module RSE 4801, I've extracted some information from that module. I have highlighted here question, because I'm still going to talk about question going forward. So take note of that word question. So in that module RSE, you don't write parallel to the question. You don't write about what the question has not asked you, but you focus on the question and you respond to it. You must make sure that you have read the question thoroughly so that you are able to make a sound interpretation and analysis of the question. And you make sure that you have addressed all the key concepts in the question and what is the central aspect of this question. Have you responded to the central aspect? Make sure that you have attended to that. The question, keep in mind. Then the other aspect is originality. Maybe at the lower level of study before you got to honors, maybe you were able to just copy and paste the information from the texts or from the internet, from Google. Maybe you did that, but now you must avoid that. Instead, your response should reflect your understanding of the topic, of the question, and as guided by the texts that you are reading. Don't just copy and paste, because if you copy and paste, there will be no coherence. There will be just words that are not speaking, making any sense to who is reading your work. Referencing that Prof. Bickert has dealt with it, so you must acknowledge the sources where you get the information from. Right. So the RSE 4801 is telling you about focusing on the question, right? So when you get to your research project proposal module, you are not necessarily going to read to respond to a question. Not necessarily. Maybe some lecturers will give you a question, but most of the time when you get to this one, the research project, your reading is not towards responding to a question. Instead, you are reading for the purpose of identifying a gap in the knowledge that, the gap in knowledge from the sources that you are reading. So that is why you must pay attention to what you are reading, because you want to identify what is it that these texts are not saying, which I'm interested in. What is it that I'm not getting from them? That is what you are reading for. So I said you must pay attention to the word question, because when you do now your research project at BEd honors level and beyond, you will develop the question yourself. The question will be informed by that gap which you have identified from what you were reading. So you are reading, but there's something that interests you, but you are not getting it. What is the question that you are developing, right, from that? Okay, so I just put here a small example that the literature you are reading, for example, speaks about how teachers interact with learners in the classroom to enhance learners' performance in mathematics. But as you are reading these texts, you do not find any information about how such interactions can be done online, and how can that interaction online impact the learner's performance in mathematics. You are not getting that information. So this is the gap that you have identified, and then you will formulate a question from that gap. Or if you are working quantitatively, you will develop a hypothesis. All those quantitative, qualitative, those are the concepts that you will be taught in the RSE 4801. But even in this case, you focus and you respond to the question that you have developed. Because, for example, if your question in this case is about how students learn online, then all of a sudden in your report, you are going to report about how teachers manage the schools. So you have left the question, you have not responded to it. So the question at this level of your study and forward is very important. Either you have been given a question, make sure you respond to it, or you have developed a question yourself, still focus on the question. Okay, so you focus on how you respond. This response will either be from the literature that you are reading, you are doing a theoretical way of responding to the question, or you are responding to this question by having gone to the field to speak to people, to interview them, to observe how they do what they do, and then now you have an answer to the question. You respond to the question that you formulated. Right, then you develop a thesis statement. Once you have now gathered all the information, you have drafted it, you have taken down notes, you have done everything that will make you to be able to write for the reader, right? So develop a thesis statement. What is that? So the thesis statement is actually the sentence that says, what is your argument? What are you bringing forth? What are you going to explain to us, your readers? So this is a single sentence. It presents the point that you will argue or you will explain in your essay or in your project or in whatever that you are writing. It's just one sentence. Right? If maybe you have a lot to say, you can put it in 2 sentences, but often it's 1 sentence. And this sentence often comes very early in your document or in your essay. Most of the time, it is at the end of the first introductory paragraph. Some people will put it as the first sentence so that when I read your work, I already know what you are up to. But mainly, it's just at the end of your introductory paragraph. It's telling me what to expect, what this person is here to say. So I have just copied one example of a thesis statement from one of the articles that I published. And it says, the publish or perish aphorism contributes to various kinds of exclusions and can jeopardize the relation between research and social justice. Right? So immediately I see that statement. As a reader, I want to see how the publish or perish aphorism, and I also want to know what this author means by aphorism. What does that concept mean? If the author has not defined that concept for me as a reader, that I lose interest because you're using words that I don't understand and you are not defining them. So it's very important in your writing that you define the concepts as well. So from this thesis statement, I want to see what is the aphorism, what does the author mean by publish or perish aphorism, and how does that aphorism contribute to exclusions? What is the author going to tell me about this? And how can this jeopardize the relation between research and social justice? So already my interest is drawn to what this person is to say. So the thesis statement emanates from the question that you have formulated, and what you have found from your readings. You have already read in preparation for writing. Now you have your findings. Then you make a thesis statement, and then you write to justify that statement. So how do I present this argument? You write logically, so that you help the reader to follow your discussion smoothly from one sentence, from one paragraph, from one subtopic to the next. How do I do this? You use transitional words and phrases, such as, for example, in other words, this statement suggests, yet, you see, once you see yet, this person has said something before the yet. So, which means the person is arguing with what has been said. Yet there is another way of looking at this particular issue. Another key point, this is different from, meaning you are engaging, right? With this in mind, however, there is this which has been said in the text, however, this is what I'm bringing. However what? You are writing logically, assisting the readers to follow your argument, because this, at this level, your writing is about the argument. It's about developing an argument, right? So among other things, make sure that as you develop your argument in response to the thesis statement that you have made, each paragraph must have a topic sentence, which is the sentence that introduces the paragraph. What is this paragraph going to be about? What are you going to talk about in this paragraph in relation to your thesis statement? So, for example, this can be the topic sentence. The publish or perish aphorism has critical implications, not only for the researchers, but also for the communities and individuals that are involved in a research project. So that statement says, in this paragraph, I'm going to be informed about the critical implications. And these critical implications of the aphorism, I'm going to be told about what they are for researchers and what they are for the community. So once now the paragraph tells me something else other than what I saw from this topic sentence, then the writer has lost the flow. I'm losing the flow. There's no coherence. So have a topic sentence and then use organizing words to support the topic sentence. So the organizing words can be first, second, like I have done in this, but they can be any other word that you can think of, which are going to guide the reader to know that now you are talking about this, and now you have moved to the next thing or the next item in relation to what your topic sentence was about. For example, the organizing words here that I have used as examples are first and second and third, fourth. You can use other ones. So first, the aphorism perpetuates inequality among academics and institutions while marginalizing the ideal relevance of research for society, right? So that's the first aspect that I'm going to write about in this paragraph. Then once I have put that organizing word and that statement, I must then explain it, explain this point. How does this perpetuate inequality among academics? How does it marginalize ideal relevance? And what is the relevance of research anyway? So in this way, you are actually guiding your reader to follow your argument, because you are making an argument as you write your essay at BEd honors level. Then you go to the second point. What is it? Because in the topic sentence you said there are various aspects, so you can't then put one because you said various. So we must see them being various in your paragraph. And as I go towards closing my presentation, it is very important as well that your work is ethical. So this one, I think Professor Picard did touch on it, if I'm not mistaken. Ethical writing is not just about avoiding plagiarism. It's not just about taking other people's work and pretending, but it should also be trustworthy. So can we trust what you are writing, what you are saying? If I can give you an example, I read somebody's work where this person said they interviewed people in semi-structured interviews individually. And then I read this piece of work, the person starts saying, okay, speaker number 1 says this. Then speaker number 2 interrupted speaker number 1 and said. So now I start questioning, but you did semi-structured in individual interviews. How did speaker number 2 interrupt speaker number 1? It means I can't trust what you are saying because this could happen if you were doing focus group interviews. So your work is not trustworthy. It's unethical because probably you just sat down and wrote this from your head. That's unethical, right? And like I said in that last point, 99.9% of the time, your lecturers will be able to detect elements of untrustworthiness from your work. So among the most important aspects of your writing at this level, be ethical. So I wish you all the best with your studies, and I thank you.
Siyabulela. Siyabulela, Prof. Madia. Thank you very much. That was thorough. That was thorough. And I was expecting that because, yes, the module of the BEd honors, majority of the students are there. So thank you very much, Prof. Madikizela Madia, for the wonderful presentation. We are going to try to be a little bit faster to move towards our short break. It's already 12. We will ask Memulo Isane to come in and give us a presentation for under what exam. She requested to present before 11. I'm not sure whether she's still here. Memulo Isane?
I'm still here, Prof.
Oh, hey. Ninja.
Ifukile, Prof, ifukile.
If you can give a presentation now, and then maybe we'll have a break.
Just give me a moment.
Okay, and then we will have a break. Then after that, we'll come back to academic integrity. We'll come back to academic integrity with Dr. Samba. You can see your presentation. Okay.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Let me just go back. Thank you, thank you. And good day, colleagues, good day, our students, our, our future educators. So let me take also this opportunity to appreciate you, Prof. Mawela and your team for this powerful, setup. This indeed, it will assist our students, it will equip them with the necessary information that will assist them to maneuver their, their studies in UNISA. So my presentation, the first one is a pre-examination phase where it talks about the planning stage, and we know that with the planning stage, it's where you need to, to ensure that you have compatible gadget in order for you to write examination. I'm not going to say a lot of things because Dr. Mpahlele and Dr. Bickard, they've said a lot concerning this matter. And I move to the examination phase. At examination phase, it's important also for the students to familiarize themselves with an online examination rules prior to the examination sitting. So that's where they will have to know the do's and the don'ts. And the last phase, it is the post-exam processes. It is where you ask yourself, after examination has been written, then what is next? Okay, as we proceed with our presentation, all the examination will be conducted online, and we also cater for students with special needs. And the student, they need to, to apply annually, also providing with the necessary documentation just to prove the nature of their, disability, so that we accommodate them. And what is important also, they should adhere to these dates for examination that will be written in October and January. The due date is the 31st of July. And for examination that will be written in May, June, it will be February. As I proceed now to the actual examination, students should also note that what I loved is when Dr. Mpahlele mentioned that with my UNISA, it is your campus, it is your university. And when you go to my modules, it is your class. So that being said, colleagues, students, you need to know the platform where you will need to make your submission. And also you will have to, engage yourself with information that is on my UNISA. It will tell you exactly what type of examination that we are going to write, be that it's an MCQ or it's a take home. So it's important that you go to my UNISA for you to get all those announcements, because some of the students, be that you are the senior student, they still struggle when they are writing examination that I cannot access my question paper, and you find out that the student is at the wrong platform, or student, one of your friends, they have, shared the link for other colleges, of which you will never have an access to your question paper. And also what is important also on this one, you will receive your timetable, and your timetable, it has 2 dates, and it has the starting and the end date, and also the times. So adhere to those timeline, because once you make your submission after the cut-off time, we will not allow, or your examination or submitted examination will never be, accepted. So it is important as a student to adhere to those rules. And as I proceed, also take note that in a case where maybe you will be struggling with the system while writing examination, it's important to communicate with your primary lecturer regarding that, and they will provide you with the contingency link. And contingency link, it's a contingency. It's a link that, will serve for only that purpose. And after the examination, it will, once we close the link, you will not have access to the contingency link. So, and you can share the contingency link with other students. Important also, when you make your submission, ensure that your submission is on a PDF and it is not a password protected file. And furthermore, as a student, ensure that you submit your examination on the format that is compatible so that it can be graded. As I proceed also with my presentation, take note that as a student, you need also to sign you need to complete the declaration of your own work when submitting your work. Students who are suspected of dishonest conduct during the examination will be subjected to disciplinary process. I will leave it to my colleague, Tateshi Bambu, who will take you through the disciplinary process. And student, you may not communicate with other students or request assistance from other students during examination. This is regarded as a violation to the academic integrity. So, and we do not accept, UNISA, it's a zero tolerance for plagiarism or any other form of academic dishonesty. And take note, this one is very important. No email submission will be accepted. So student, you need to submit to the, formal platform that will be communicated to you.
Memloisane, are you still with us?
Jesus. Am I still audible, colleagues?
Yes, we can hear you. You can finalize even if you are not presenting, because I'm not sure if it's connectivity.
My apology. Just give me a second.
Pomloisane? I think we have lost her now. Mengobeni, Mensusa, oh. I am not sure if we still have Memloisane. Colleagues, the presentation will also be forwarded to Mengoveni and Mensusa to share with the students. On the, I think we should agree. We should agree she's no longer able to connect for now. I think we should go for a break. I know most of you will love to have some lunch and easy yourself. When we come back, colleagues, will start with the academic integrity.
My apology, Prof.
Oh,
My
you're back.
apology, colleagues.
Okay.
I'm back. I've tried to,
Okay.
reconnect to my mobile because, yeah, the UNISA one is failing me.
It's
Okay.
misbehaving. All right. You can find
Okay. Right. Okay. As I've said that I think I was on the slide. It's important that students, we do not accept submission that comes on an email. So you need to submit on the, the right portal. And take note that the sub-minimum rule is still applicable. Your year mark will only be filtered or will be considered once you attain the 40 in the examination. That's where your year mark will come in. Take note of also this one. Your results will be regarded as correct and complete once we have published it and it is within 3 months. You find out that students are still querying about the outstanding results or their results for 2017, for 2015. So it's important once we publish the results and you want to make an inquiry about your results, please do so that we attend to your query. As a postgrad, remember that you must apply for an AgroTET in a case that you won't be able to sit for an examination. The rule 18 under my registration is still applicable, and this is where you need to go to my UNISA in order to apply for your AgroTET and attach the supporting document. And for the undergrad student, I know that maybe within this group, there are undergraduate students who join in, but this one is for only the undergraduate. Take note that there is no need for you to apply for an AgroTET. In a case that you are unable to write examination, take note that once we release the results and you find yourself that being absent or you have failed, you will be granted another exam opportunity, but you won't have the third opportunity. Student is granted only 2 opportunity in an academic calendar or in an academic year. After examination has been written, after we have published your results, as a student, it's your prerogative to, once you are not happy about your final grading, you can still apply for the remark. And what is important with the remark, once you have applied for the remark and you have the supplementary in that module, prepare for the examination until the remark results has been finalized. And in a case that you find that you have passed your remark, then you will be credited. And the criteria for also remarking, it is from 35 to 47, 68 to 74 on a final mark. You can still purchase your script, and once you make your application to purchase your script, remember that you will only be provided with your script. As a POPI Act, we will not provide you with the memorandum. You find out that some other student will purchase the script and also they will request the memorandum. The final year, we call it FI concession. So remember that this is a mechanism that is provided by the institution. It is the sole, discretion of the university to grant the FI concession. As a student, you cannot apply for an FI concession, and there are criteria that you need to meet before you can be granted this concession. And also what is important with the FI concession, your mark will be kept to the 50% if the alternative option has been chosen by the academics. You cannot apply for an FI concession as a student. It's either you meet the criteria or you don't meet the criteria. And in a case where you fail the FI concession or your mark is above 40 and above, and you cannot get a supplementary based on the outcome of the F.
Madam Loisa. Hello. Hey, yeah. Today,
Yeah. Am I still audible?
Yeah, I mean.
All right. If you want to contact us at examination, these are important email address for student with special needs. It's exams disabled@unisa.ac.za, remarks@unisa.ac.za, purchase script @unisa.ac.za. Any other general inquiry for exams, it's exams@unisa.ac.za. It is at this level I would like to pause and thank you for giving me your ear. Thank you so much. I'll be in the platform to take a question. Thank you.
You can see, thank you so much, Memlo Isani. It's very important information the students, the honor students to understand where do they go for examination and all the processes of the examination. Thank you very much. That information, students, will be shared with you. We are going for a break. I suggest that we have up to what is now 26 minutes past according to this time. Can we say maybe just at 22? At 22, we come back and we'll do academic integrity and continue with the program. And colleagues, let me introduce Prof. Mpahlele will be continuing being the program director from our break. Thank you so much. Let's have a break. Mengobeni.
Thank you so much, Prof.
Kigali, she wakes up, she makes sad choice. In Hanoi, Natal, Ramallah, in Tangier, she takes a breath, lifts up her voice. In Lahore, La Paz, Kampala, though she's half a world away, something in me wants to say, we are one woman, you cry and I hear you. We are one woman, you hurt and I hurt too. We are one woman, your hopes are mine, and we shall shine. In words, she speaks the truth. She reaches out, then teaches others how to. In Jaipur, she gives her name. She lives without shame. In Manila, Sultanbul, though we're different as can be, we're connected, she with me. We are one woman, your courage keeps me strong. We are one woman, you sing, I sing along. We are one woman, your dreams are mine, and we shall shine. We shall shine. And one man heals the cause. One man he fights her fight. Day by day he lets go the old ways. One woman at a time. Though she's half a world away, something in me wants to say, we are one woman, your victory saves us all. We are one woman, you rise and I stand tall. We are one woman, your world is mine, and we shall shine. Shine, shine, shine. We shall shine, shine, shine. We shall shine, shine, shine.
J'ai même endroit. I can hear you, Jerry, but I've got nothing on the mic.
In Kigali, she wakes up, she makes sad choice. In Hanoi, Natal, Ramallah, in Tangier, she takes a breath, lifts up her voice. In Lahore, La Paz, Kampala, though she's half a world away, something in me wants to say, we are one woman, you cry and I hear you. We are one woman, you hurt and I hurt too. We are one She lives without shame in Manila, Sultan boots. Though we're different as can be, we're connected, she with me. We are one woman. Your courage keeps me strong. We are one woman. You sing, I sing along. We are one woman. Your dreams are mine, and we shall shine. We shall shine. And one man, he hears her voice. And one man, he fights her fight. Day by day, he lets go the old ways. One woman at a time. Though she's half a world away, something in me wants to say, we are one woman. Your victory saves us all. We are one woman.
Thank you, Osmond.
You rise and I
It is 20 to 1. I believe we are back. Thank you, colleagues. Can I see the thumbs up to show that we are back from the short break? It seems as if we are not. I don't see the thumbs up. Okay, I see some hands are up, some thumbs up. Thank you so much. We are going to continue with our program. I'm taking over from Professor Mawela. My name is Ramashego Shilam Pahlele. As we spoke about assessments, we spoke about how we should write. Prof. Pickard and Professor Madikizela Madia, they've been indicating how academic writing for postgraduate level should be. As we have that in mind, we should also know that we should uphold academic integrity at all times. That is why now we are calling Dr. Nsamba for 20 minutes to take us through the academic integrity. I believe as you are postgraduates, you will go also to the website of the university and access the policy on academic integrity to familiarize yourselves with what is expected from you. Dr. Nsamba, are you ready? I'm checking
Thank you
on
so
the
much, Dr.
presenter list.
I will
Memo.
play the recordings. Thank you so much, Doctor. I will play the recordings from Prof. Modise about the academic integrity.
Okay, thank you so much.
All protocol observed. My name is Matshidiso Modise, and I'm representing College of Education Academic Integrity Committee. I will be presenting on matters and processes of academic integrity and dishonesty. Our program director, Professor Mawela, Ms. Poshokwe, Dr. Mpahlele, Professor Jojo, Memawela, Memo Loisani, and Dr. Manyaka, and Ms. Afura. They all briefly spoke on issues of academic integrity. My presentation today is based on UNISA's 2017 Academic Integrity Policy Extracts. With this policy, the intention of the university is to address its position to acts of academic dishonesty. I will later on in my presentation elaborate on these acts. The focus, therefore, of this policy is to provide education to students, to academics, to support staff, and all the employees of UNISA. This one, Lindsay, my presentation, the content of my presentation is as follows. I'm going to talk to 7 points defining the main concept. The main concepts, we have 2 concepts here, that is academic integrity and academic dishonesty. Point number 2 will be addressing academic dishonesty or activities contravening academic integrity. Looking at how we can curb academic dishonesty as students. Students' obligations. Point number 5 is consequences of contravening academic integrity. Point number 6, points of departure, and values student must uphold. Or I can say values that UNISA student must uphold. The question that we need to answer is, what is academic integrity? And I should believe from listening to all the presentations since in the morning, by now we can tell what is academic integrity. To define that, allow me to borrow the words of C.S. Lewis when he says, open quote, integrity is doing the right thing when no one is watching, close quote. UNISA policy defines it as the meaningful and concerted effort to ensure concern for human dignity, for honesty, for trust, for fairness, truthfulness, accuracy, respect, and responsibility in teaching, research, and community engagement. We therefore cannot speak of academic integrity and not address issues of academic dishonesty. The opposite of academic integrity is academic dishonesty. The 2017 UNISA policy on academic integrity refers to academic dishonesty as committing acts that contravene or that violate the academic integrity policy. Such acts include solicitation, which is buying of papers, outsourcing answers from the service providers, cheating online, which is happening a lot. But I believe since we have been talking, since in the morning we have been speaking about plagiarism and academic integrity, this will minimize the acts that we see happening amongst our students and will help us or help our students to behave in an acceptable manner, knowing that performing academic dishonesty is not an acceptable act. Professor Mawela gave an example of teaching practice students submitting the workbook of another student who did teaching practice in the previous year. That is plagiarism. That is cheating.
Sorry, colleagues, are you still able to hear?
That is unacceptable. complexity
No, we're
in
not.
and facilitation of academic.
I just wanted to check if it's my network or is everyone unable to hear properly? Ausmod, is the network on your side okay?
Yes, it is okay.
Because the video was breaking. I'm not sure if it is only on my side. Other colleagues, were you hear it properly?
No,
It's
Prof.
breaking. It's
On the
breaking,
campus,
Doc.
it's not good.
I think it could be network. Send it to me on my side. Maybe I will try to play it on my side. And while you're doing that, can we check if Mr. Nkuna is ready? And then we will proceed with the video later. Mr. Nkuna, are you in the house?
Thank you, Dr. Mpatala. I'm available. I'm ready.
All right. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Quickly uploading the presentation. Good morning, good day, students. Thank you so much, Dr. Mphahlele, for the opportunity. As mentioned, my name is Pintias Nkuna from the Advocacy and Resource Center for Students with Disabilities.
Thank you, Dr. Nkuna. Sorry to interrupt. Can you just bring your screen a little bit down so that we see your full face? Because we were seeing up to the nose. Thank you so much. Now we can see your whole face. You can continue.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned, my name is Pintias Nkuna from the Advocacy and Resource Center for Students with Disabilities. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to our students. The University of South Africa established the Advocacy and Resource Center for Students with Disabilities to ensure that we provide for the diverse needs of you students. The mandate of the Advocacy and Resource Center is to create an enabling and teaching environment by identifying and accommodating the diverse needs of you individual students. And also responding to the principle of access for success. Students, in order for you to be recognized as a student with a disability at UNISA, we have 21 codes that are on the registration system. When you register, you choose your disability. Like for instance, if you are blind, that will be code 2, partially sighted, code 3. The codes groups different disabilities. Then in that way, the university will be aware of your needs as a student with a disability. Whenever we send notification, you'll also be invited. As ACSUIT, we assist students with applications and registrations. Then you may be aware that students with disabilities may have some challenges in performing certain tasks. Then we are there as ACSUIT to provide for your needs. We also produce study material in the alternative formats as per your individual needs. This includes your braille study material, large print, electronic study material, and audio. Then in order for you to receive this study material, there's a form that you have to complete. We call it special assistant form in order to receive the support that is tailor-made for you. Even though, ladies and gentlemen, you won't be writing exams using Braille, Then what will happen is that you will write your exam using the standard format that's available. And as you we believe you have laptops or computers with text magnification softwares, or even Zoom text, then that will be able to assist you to write your exams. The provision of braille material is just to ensure that you are adequately prepared when it's time for your exams. We also facilitate the needs-based support for special examination arrangements and fee reduction. Students with disabilities are able to receive fee concession upon producing the proof of your disability and proof of income. We also work with publishers, both locally and internationally, to ensure that you receive prescribed books in alternative formats. There's a particular form that you need to complete to confirm that you'll use these books for your studies only. You won't be opening a small Spaza shop and selling the soft copies of the books. We also provide sign language interpretation services to deaf students as and when required. And we also provide orientation and mobility and disability awareness. Ladies and gentlemen, the forms that I'm mentioning here will be part of the frequently asked questions that will be uploaded on the chat. You don't have to worry on where will you access the forms. It is important that you disclose your disability. We are aware that you are now postgraduate students. Some of you may be new to our system, and others may acquire disabilities during their studies. Please disclose your disability, because we are aware that you have a right to disclose or not to disclose your disability. Even though that is the case, the university may not provide the reasonable accommodation to you if you are not aware of your needs. Please do disclose. Ladies and gentlemen, we also accommodate disabilities that are not visible, like your learning disabilities. A student who require support, please disclose your disability, and the information will be kept confidential. I felt that I must bring the following to your attention, that ACSUIT has staff members who have disabilities. Others were born with them, and others acquired them in their lifetime. I'm sure this will make it easy for you to talk to the staff members at ACSUIT and disclose your disability. We are also aware of some students who are reluctant to disclose their disabilities due to the fear of stigma and victimization. I must say that when you disclose your disability, you'll receive reasonable accommodation. We are here to provide the support to you. In terms of special examination arrangements, as I mentioned earlier, that we facilitate this support with our colleagues from DSAA. I must say, ladies and gentlemen, that special exam arrangements is not automatic. You should apply for special exam arrangements by completing the form, and the form must also be signed by your medical doctor. Just to give a brief explanation on the reasonable accommodation that you require. By so doing, we're not taking you back to the medical model. I must say that students with permanent disabilities should apply only once for special examination arrangements. Each year, you can only confirm that your needs are different, unless in cases whereby your disability progress. To give an example, if in this particular year you are partially sighted, maybe in 2024 you become completely blind. In that case, you will be required to reapply, because the needs for a person who's partially sighted and the one who's completely blind are different. Then the special examination arrangements include your extra time, depending on the severity of your disability, because you may have two students presenting quadriplegia or paraplegia, only to find that their needs are completely different as per the level of their spinal cord injuries. And the university also provide alternative assessments as part of reasonable accommodation. One may ask, what is this alternative assessments? In cases whereby your disabilities hinders you from doing exams in the standard format, you can also apply for oral examinations. Ladies and gentlemen, in terms of the etiquette and the terminology, it is always important that whenever, for those who does not have a disability, when you see a fellow student with a disability, please refer to them as a person with a disability or a student with a disability. See the person first before their disability. Refrain from saying disabled student, because immediately you say disabled student, you imply that the person does not serve any purpose, because just to give an example, in cases whereby you have an alarm system at home, if you disable the alarm system, you are not safe. And again, refrain from referring to your fellow students with their disability. Like, for example, saying a wheelchair user or a wheelchair bound or the blind, the deaf. Please use their names that they were given by their parents. If the student's name is Joe, please refer to him as Joe. And again, if you come across your fellow student on a wheelchair, please don't push them before finding out from them whether they need assistance or not, because you may hurt them in the process as they use their upper body to balance when they are pushing themselves. And also, again, when they are pushed by another person, they sit back. Do not grab your fellow blind student should you come across them in the library. First, find out from them whether they need assistance and whether they are going to the same direction that you're going to. Because if you grab them without finding out from them, they may hit you very hard because they will think that I'm being robbed. Do not pet a guide dog. And please don't shout when communicating with a deaf person. Just simply look direct to them and talk. Then, as Dr. Mphahlele mentioned earlier, we have an ACSUIT inbox, which is acsuit@unisa.ac.za. Please contact us if you need any support. As mentioned earlier, the frequently asked questions will be available for you shortly on the charts. Then we decided to make this presentation short so that we don't finish your data. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to share this quote by Thomas Edison. Open quote, our greatest weakness lies in giving up. The most certain way to succeed is to always try just one more time, close quote. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we urge you to join hands against the prejudice that constitute the biggest barrier against students with disabilities. With these few slides, nginifisela lokuhle etifundweni tenu kulo mnyaka losetulu. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ntate Nkuna. A round of applause, colleagues. The information Ntate Nkuna has given us is valuable, especially even for us lecturers to say, when we are busy creating, designing, and posting material on MyUnisa, we should always make sure that we are accommodating our students who might have special educational needs. We must have them in our minds always when we are designing our material. And for you students, seriously make sure that even if you feel like you don't need to contact Mr. Nkuna's association at the moment, just make sure you have their contacts at hand, because we don't know. Tomorrow, you might want to write exams, and for some reason you see that your eyesight is deteriorating, you're no longer able to read on the screen, and then that's when you will realize you need their services. So at any time in our lives, we might find that we need the services of ACSUIT. Without wasting more time, colleagues, with regards to the video, we are going to show it later. We just want to see if we can push this program. And let's thank Mr. Nguna again. Can we give him another round of applause? I just want to check if we have Me Mutsatsi from the library in the house. Me Mutsatsi, are you in and ready?
Hi, Prof. It's Anne-Marie Strydom. I will be presenting.
Oh, thank you so much, Ms. Strydom. And while Ms. Strydom is preparing her presentation to show on the screen, I just want to indicate to Ndate Rasebota and Mexico to say, may we shift your time a little bit so that we squeeze in Me Godisang before you. And if you are allowing that, can I see the thumbs up? Ndate Rasebota, I saw you are in here. Is it okay? Mexico, I also see you. Is it okay if we put you after Mekodisang? Or maybe they are still giving it a thought. Me Strydom, you can continue.
Thank you very much and good afternoon to everyone. Unfortunately, the library is in this very bad part of the program in the afternoon after our lunchtime, but I trust that you will still enjoy the information that I have to share with you. We have a lot of information from the library, but I will definitely give you the contact details for me and my colleague. Her name is Danisile Mutsatsi and I'm Anne-Marie Strydom, as you can see, so that you are able to contact us if you need information. Now, how do we get to the library? It's really quite easy. You can use my UNISA and go from there, or you can go to the general UNISA webpage and you can just access the library there. I've circled it for you in red. And this is then, I think, the most important place to go, and that is the UNISA library webpage. And that is what it looks like. If you were a student last year or the year before, you will remember that it looked different. It was looking different. We now have a new web page, and we trust that it will be easier to navigate while you are looking for information and you want to contact the library. Excuse me. So this is the important page, because from here you can access the library material, you can access our services, you can contact us, or you can look up and see what announcements we have, and so forth and so forth. So this is where you start. And before we move on to the next pages, I just want to show you something on this page, which is really a very useful point. If you are not familiar with the library, you haven't used it that much, you are not really sure where to go and what to do. At the bottom of the library webpage, there is this these few buttons, and the one is a library guide button. Now, these guides are compiled by the library staff, and you can call it a how-to guide if you want to, because it's about resources, services, processes, some advice, tips, and so on. So it's really very nice to come here and even if you know how the library works, there's always some more information that you can learn about to come here and see. Now, if you click on that button, then you will get to a page that looks like this. Now, it's an alphabetical list of all the guides that we have. Now, if you know what it's called, then obviously you'll just go there and click on it. But if you are not sure, then you can search in this in this block. So say, for example, you are not sure how to use ebooks in the library. Then you can just come and type in ebooks and search, and then all the library guides that cover that will come up, and you will be able to get some advice and tips and see what the process is about. So I'd really like to encourage you to make use of that, especially if you are new to the library or not so familiar. Then the next nice change that we have on our website or web page is that we have clustered services and information relevant to you under new headings. So we've got a services for new students, undergraduates, postgraduates, and students with special needs. So that is important to also navigate a little bit and see what is there. For example, if you click on services for new students, because now you are, say you live in the Cape Province or in the northern parts of the country, and you are wanting to see a librarian or you want to contact a librarian, then this is the way of how you can look up where the UNISA branches are, for example. So if you click on that services for new students, then all the information that is relevant to you will come up on the screen. And for instance, you can look up branches and their opening hours and see if there's a branch close to you. Maybe you would like to go there for a little bit of training, or you need some advice on how to search for something. Of course, you can contact them and they will be able to assist you. When if you are a new postgraduate student, we have got personal librarians that are allocated to each college. And like I said, Ms. Mutsatsi and I are the librarians for the College of Education. And we are really here to assist you with searching and training and advice on what to do and how to go about finding material for your studies. So you can use the branch librarians, we can send material there, you can hand material in there, of course, but remember there's a whole lot of services available to you as a postgraduate student. I want to quickly run through some of the slides. I know you can see I've got a number of slides, but some of them are merely steps. So Prof, I will be as quick as I can. So the next one that I just wanted to show you is the Find e-reserves. Remember, we're now back on the main page of the library. If you have e-reserves in your tutorial letter, then this is where you come to find them. If you don't have them listed in your tutorial letter, then don't worry about it. Not all modules and all courses have them. But we find a lot of students that phone us or they try and request it, but this is the easy way to do it. On the library webpage, there's a button that says Find e-reserves. And you merely put in your course code and submit. Remember, please check that you put in the correct code and submit. And then what will happen is you will find a list of chapters of books or articles that were prepared by your lecturer in the previous year to be ready for you for this academic year. And then you'll be able to read them on screen or download them or print them. So it's really quite easy, but as I said, if you don't see it in your tutorial letter, then it means you do not have e-reserves for your subject. Once you have clicked on the Electronic Reserves 2023 button, then you will be required to put in your login details. And as we said so many times before today, is to keep your MyUNISA password and your MyLife email functional, because this is the way that you will also access the library. So now, because I'm a staff member, I'll put in my staff login details. You will put in your student number and your MyUNISA password. And then the article will be there. You don't have to request it or email us or ask anybody for it. It is there for you to either download or email to yourself or save on your computer. So one thing I just need to mention is when you put in your module code, a screen will come up and there will still be 2022 e-reserves available on the screen. Be careful and click on the correct one. Those are kept there for students that still have to complete something, write a final exam, submit a final assignment. So make sure that you then click on the 2023 e-reserves. Okay. Next thing that I want to show you is how we search for books. Remember that the UNISA library is fortunate enough to have a comprehensive collection, and we really want to encourage you to use it. It is there because you are a registered student, you are already, your record is in the library, and you can continue. You don't have to request for permission or to be registered with the library. You can just start using the library. So if we want to search for books, we go back to our page on the web, our first web page, and there's catalog search. You can see I've marked it there with a red arrow for you. Now, if you have the title of the book, then obviously you will just put the title in there and you will submit. You can also search by author or by keyword. So if you don't have the exact title of the book, then you can say, okay, I want to search by keyword, and you can put in a search term or a concept there, and you submit. Once you've done that, you can see on the right-hand side that it is now going to search the entire collection. I will show you shortly how to do to look for ebooks, because that is really very easy to use, and it takes away all the sending of the books, post office, couriers, fines, all of those logistical matters. An ebook removes all of that. So once I've put in my author, for example, or my title, then I will get a search results screen. Now, in this case, I used an author because I have the person's name and I want to see the books that she has written. So there's the author that I used, then the list of books that was done by her, and also just look, there's 11 additional entries. So if you click on that, this list will obviously expand. So there's a few things that I want to bring under your attention here. If you are on the results screen, remember that is the title of the book, the author, the place of publication. That's not a good example because I see it's not identified, but you'll have place of publication and you will have the date of publication. A regular or often a complaint that we receive is that students use old information. So when you are looking at the lists, make sure that you look at the date of publication. If you're doing a historical retrospective study, by all means, then old information is good or outdated information is good, but, well, not outdated, let's call it older versions of material. And but if you are doing a study where you've got to look at recent material, please note the date of publication so that you can see, for example, that this one will not be good if you are going to look at more recent information. There's a request button on the screen if you are not at the library where you can go and collect it. You can request it, and at this moment we are sending all material to your home address by courier because we've got some problems with the postal service. Normally what will happen is it will be posted to your closest post office. So that request button enables you to request this book. Please make sure that you do want to use this book, because sometimes students just request, and when we send the books, then they say, but I don't want this. And in the meantime, the book has been taken out of circulation. We have paid for it to get to you, and now you have to pay for it to be returned. Please make sure that this is the book that you want to request. Then some other things I want to explain on the screen is this indicates the format. You will see when we talk about ebooks that it will have a different icon. Here are the collections in which we have this book. Pretoria Open Collection, this book has a shelf number, and currently it's not here. It's being sent back from another branch. This one, Postal Collection Request Only. Sometimes you get books that are only in this collection, and this means you have to request it. You can't come to the library and collect it. It is in a closed collection from which we serve all of our clients locally and international. So you have to request an item that says postal collection request only. Okay, once you've decided this is the book I want, the date is fine by me, I want to request this book, I want it to be sent to me, or I can also ask for it to be sent to my closest regional office. And then you just type in Courier Durban, Courier Polokwane, Courier wherever you are at the regional office, then you can go and fetch it there. Okay, next one. This is finding an ebook on the system. Now, as I said, sometimes people are cautious about using these, and I must really encourage you to use it. They have flexibility in terms of how you can search in the book. Like I said, all the logistical problems are taken out of the conversation, or out of the situation. You can literally use the book immediately. We're going back to where we were searching earlier for a normal book. And instead of leaving that block on view entire collection, you click on that arrow and then you put in ebooks. You just select it from the list. So now it means the system will look for the title that you've put in there only in ebook format. And once you submit it, the book will come up on your screen and there's a little connect link. Please, before you do that, read the summary or the abstract of the book and make sure that that is the book that you are looking for, or whether it has the information that you are interested in, before you go into a process of downloading material and then you realize, no, this book is not really that relevant to me. So we have different licenses. Sometimes an ebook will have one license, meaning that only one person can use it at a time. Sometimes it has multiple licenses, meaning that I can use it, you can use it, the next person can use it at the same time. Or sometimes you can download a chapter or two from it, or the entire book, but you will immediately see on the screen what the regulation of that license allows. Please remember that this is for the use of UNISA staff and students only. Good. Next point is when we are looking for an e-journal. So you have got, sorry, before we get to the journals, this is another way of looking for ebooks. You can go to this button that says e-journal finder. Remember, we just used the catalog and we search for ebooks. We can also use this button. And once you click on it, there will be a box where you can put in the title or the topic of the ebook. And you will be able to then see a screen of results with results. And here's that icon that I spoke about earlier that changed now to an ebook. You can immediately see that you're no longer working with a print book, you are working with an ebook. This is the title, like it is in the print version. Here is the author, place of publication, date of publication. But now you can see that it has changed. There's no longer a collection. It tells you that you're working with an electronic book. We are still getting people that are requesting these books and sending us emails to say, please send me this book. You do not have to do that. You can link with this book immediately. Electronic books, no shelf number, because we are working with an online format. So if this is the book that you want, you click on the title and then the screen that comes up will look like this. There's the connect button that I was speaking about. There's the summary, which you should read before you start downloading. Make sure that this book is relevant for you. And once you've clicked on that link, you will be able to read the book. And you will, once you've started using ebooks, then I think you won't go back. You will see all the functionalities that it has. I mean, many of us read ebooks nowadays. We don't buy paper formats anymore. I mean, for leisure reading, you read them on your Kindles and so on. So you're very familiar with the ebook concept. I am moving along. The next thing that is very important is when you have books out on your name, to make sure that they are returned to the library on time. We have a fine system in place, and that really is not pleasant to pay a fine. So please keep an eye on your record so that you make sure if your books are still due, should I renew them? What do I need to do? And remember, you don't have to call us. You don't have to write to us. You can do this by yourself. On the library website once more, there is the top there on the catalog page, there's a button that says My Library, and there is a My Library Renewals login button, which you can use. Or the other way is you can go to our first page once more, and there is a My Library account. If you click on that, it will ask you for your student number and your MyUnisa password. And once you put it in, this is my record, then it will list all the items that you have got out. And you can say, okay, I only want to renew this one, and that one. And then you say renew selected. Or, yes, I still have all of these and I am still busy with them. Can I renew all of them? So once you've done that, the system will immediately give you a due date. And if it cannot be renewed because maybe it's on a waiting list, then it will give you a message to say it can't be renewed, which then means that you must please return the items immediately to the closest UNISA library. On this page, there is a very useful thing I want to show you. Do you see the reading history button there? At the end of this year, you are busy with references and you think, oh my goodness, I had that book and it was such a great book and I used it, or I want to use it again, but I can't recall what it was, what the title was or the bibliographic information. Let me quickly, I don't know, where am I going to find it? Then you come to your reading history. And all the books that you had out this year and the year before and the year before will be listed there. And you will be able to look up that item. Maybe you want to get it again. Maybe you want to quickly just check who was the author, something like that. So please remember about that reading history. Prof, I think in the interest of time, I'm going to skip the Google Scholar. It is important, but there are many screens. I will send the steps on the chat if that is fine with you. So I'm going to run through this and then just see what else I have. Research methodology resources. And this is very important, of course, for all students doing research assignments or research projects. We have a very, very, very good database that focuses on methodology. And it is called SAGE Research Methods, and it is one of the databases that we subscribe to. There are videos, there are dictionaries, encyclopedias, there are books, journal articles, there are case studies, it is a wonderful, wonderful resource, and I would really like to encourage you to use it. If you are new to research, you don't know what is a framework, how do I go about it, what kind of research am I planning to do, what are the steps and the things, then this is the resource to go to. It's called SAGE Research Methods. I will also put the address and the LibGuide for SAGE in the chat. I was hoping that we could do a quick online demo, but I see that the program is really a bit late. So I'm going to put that in there. If you need any information or assistance, once you had a look at the LibGuide, remember that the database also has a help function. Many of them have small little videos or help guides that can tell you what to do. But if you are not sure what to do, then of course you are very welcome to contact any of the two of us. I need to say something about reference management tools. This is very important when you are doing a research project, or if you're going to write an article someday, or maybe even author a book. But this is important that you start using this as soon as possible, because remember, the whole management of references and your citations, and using the correct style consistently through your project is very important. We have so many students that literally come to our offices with pages and pages of things that they wrote down, and then authors are missing, titles are missing, volume numbers of journals are missing. They can't remember where they found the article. It takes an extreme amount of time and effort to fix that afterwards. So these tools, and we train on Mendeley and on RefWorks. I've given the addresses there for you. Please go to these addresses and just have a quick look. So what these tools do, please don't confuse the tools with the styles. The styles are Harvard and APA, and that is the format of your referencing. A reference manager is a tool that can assist you to store all the information centrally. It keeps everything together, because we know that sometimes we store something on a laptop, something on a work computer. I think one of the previous speakers also spoke about it. You've got things on flash disks, you've got things all over the show. Sometimes you've got a pile of paper on your desk. What this does is it assists you in organizing this material. It helps you with your citations in text, and it helps you with creating a bibliography. One day when you are writing an article, you can share your information with other researchers, collaborate with other researchers. So please, these are the addresses. Go there. They both do the same. We don't really predict to you which one to use. And remember, you don't have to use these. Many students are already using Zotero or EndNote or other systems that are available. And these reference managers all do the same work. They really just help you organize all of your literature that you are reading for your studies, and the citations and the bibliographies. So I have got our information on the screen for you, and the departments we are responsible for. So if you would like to contact us, please do so. Our email addresses are there. I will also put our phone numbers there if you prefer to phone. And I think I will end there, Prof. I promise I'll put all the information that I skipped just because of time. I will put in the chat for the students. Thank you very much.
Ms. Radon, I don't know whether you were cut off.
No, I ended the presentation.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Could you not hear me properly from where?
No, when you ended, maybe I was expecting to see the last slide that showed the ending. Sorry about that.
Sorry, no,
because
the
I
last
was
slide
also-
was our information. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you so much. When it went away quickly, I thought maybe you were cut off. Thank you, colleagues. Can we give Ms. Radom a round of applause from our library? She is giving us valuable information. It is not only relevant for our students, it's also relevant for academics. You write every day, and also you are supervising these students. You need to be able to advise them properly. They will come to you and ask which one is good between Mendeley and RefWorks. And as someone who should be using them, you should be able to advise them accordingly. So a round of applause again for our presenter. I requested Me Ngobeni to check with Mekodisang if this time will still suit her, or should we give an option later. Me Ngobeni?
Thank you so much, Doc. She's available.
Okay, and I checked with Ntate Rasibutsa. We are requesting, please can we allow Me Kodisang, and then you will come after her. Me Kodisang?
Good afternoon. Thank you
Over to you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for colleagues for understanding. I have just renegotiated with the student that I quickly do this presentation. My name is Dr. Chipiwa Kodisang. I'm coming from the UNISA Counseling and Career Development, which is focused on the holistic support of a UNISA student as a being. And I always say to students, when we think about student counseling, you need to think about a place where you are able to go and talk about anything about your life, whether it's career, academic, or personal, because we understand that all those aspects has got an important role to play on whether you succeed or not. So student counseling is a place where you don't go because you have got a particular problem. You go because you want to have a reflection space or a conversation about a number of aspects related to your journey in different areas of your life. How do we support you? As I mentioned, we support you during application, during registration, after application, after you are even a graduate. Why I'm saying that is because student counseling is even involved in a process of graduateness and employability. A lot of people, when they are at UNISA, they said, I must just finish my qualification and go. But you are not sure where will you be going and what are the different opportunities that you can prepare for. When you are studying for a teaching qualification in the 21st century, it does not necessarily mean that you need to be a teacher in class. There could be other possibilities. The question is whether you know about those possibilities, and that's the role of student counseling. I will quickly talk about what do students ask. I normally do this so that I normalize the questions you have. A lot of times as human beings, when you have got a question, you normally ask yourself, is this normal? Is it only me who is going through this? So if we think about our careers, students or any person always ask, when I finish this qualification, what must I study? This is what I'm thinking about. I'm now busy with my PGCE, but I'm not sure whether what will be the right master's, what will be the right postgraduate qualification. Or I actually now want to become an educational psychologist, or I'm even thinking of changing my career. Which qualification will be the right one for me? There is a space for those conversations, and it's normal to have those types of conversation. When it comes to study skills, a lot of people feel overwhelmed. You have got a lot of information with this online system. If you are a new student, you are thinking, where do I start? I feel quite overwhelmed. I'm not sure whether I will cope with this, and which study skills are the right one in order to manage. It is important that you take some time and have conversation with a student counselor, because sometimes you are thinking on your own that you are not coping, or you are just overwhelmed, or you just don't understand the system, whereas you are in the right track. Talking to someone who can then say, no, but this seems to be happening, and these are some of the things you can think about, could help you to be contained. Psychosocial support, as I said earlier, student counseling is there to focus on you as a whole being. It's important to understand that you cannot put your life into small boxes to say, at UNISA, I'm just studying to get my qualification, but you are still the same person. So what you experience in your personal life could also affect your studies. Therefore, at student counseling, we are available to support you with issues around relationship. If you are going through certain challenges, we can also help you with that. I can see my screen now, it's impacted by the poll. Again, students ask a number of questions about, I'm going through a relationship problem, whether with my family, with my lectures, or with student admin, which can impact on your studies. It's important that you understand that part of counseling in an ODF system is not about face-to-face. We have got a 24/7 website, which is always available at the comfort of your own space. And this website have got a number of resources. Some of them are interactive, some of them are podcasts, some of them are just leaflets which you can use with any aspects of your life. So you can go to our website, you will find all those resources. They also focus on career, study skills, and persona. We also have a career information brochure like education, psychology, which you can also read to be well informed. Furthermore, we also have online resources or recordings, audio recordings that you can use. You can listen to topics on thinking differently about challenges, study skills, dealing with grief. All those resources are available to help you overcome some of the challenges or even just to motivate you, not that because you have got a challenge. I also spoke about learning skills resources. Personal development resources like relationship, thinking differently about challenges and loss, which can be very helpful. We also have a YouTube channel. If you go to our YouTube channel, you will find a number of resources that are relevant to you as a UNISA student. Some of these resources would have been commissioned by like a College of Economic and Management Sciences, but we then put it on the YouTube so that all other UNISA students can benefit. I think there is a colleague who will be talking about regional services. I want to remind you that our services are available in all regions, but you will see in the next slide that you don't necessarily need to go to a particular region. You can send us an email, you can request an appointment on MS Teams. We will be able to still be able to support you. I thank you. I know this train ran very fast, but I'm glad that I could still share this with you. I will immediately upload my presentation on the chat. I really wish you all the best in your studies, and I will encourage you to contact us so that we can have this conversation. I thank you. Thank you, Program Director, for accommodating my request.
Thank you so much, Mayor Kodisang. Even if you are out of this meeting, if there are questions that are directed to you, please check the chat and respond to our students. And there is a poll that is actually linked with your presentation to just check if our students are satisfied, because you might find some are in this career, but they are not so sure. And Mayor Kodisang's department is going to assist you. And also, if you feel overwhelmed with studies, we know there's a lot going on. COVID is not yet out of our lives, and we have connectivity challenges. We have everything that is affecting our studies. We need to contact the counseling department. Please take a second and just respond to that poll. That poll is also to see if you are still with us in this engagement. We are now going to the assignments. We need to invite our colleagues, either Mexico or Ntatera Sebotsa. I don't know if they have arranged who will be presenting. I see Mema Shudu is uploading. Mema Shudu, are you the one going to share the information with us? Mechika Kisa?
Yes, she'll be presenting, Chair.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's give Me Kodisang a round of applause again while Me Mashudu is preparing the presentation. And we are more than 50 in this session, but I only see 6 people who have responded to the poll. Are we still in here, or did we log in and go somewhere for other engagements?
We are still here, Dr. Mpahlele.
Okay, take a second and respond to the poll. Mechikakisa, the floor is yours. Thank you so much. We see the presentation. If you can just put it in a presentation mode.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My system just froze. I don't know why. But then can you see the presentation
Sorry.
now?
Yes, we can see it. Just go to the slideshow.
Okay.
I think you will be right. Thank you. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Program Director. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to all the students. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present on behalf of Assignment Department. As they've already indicated, my name is Mashudu Chikakisa. I am one of the supervisors in our Student Assessment Administration Department. Here in the platform, I am with my manager, Mr. Daniel Rasibuta, and Mrs. Siko. We are both responsible for the College of Education assignment-related processes. So, Dr. Mpatlela, you already covered a lot of information with regards to the submissions, the systems. So a lot of information has already been covered, but then I felt that it's important for us to re-emphasize on some of the points because our presentation, it's more focused on the questions that we are getting daily from the students. So that's why we are going. So it's going to be some of the information, it will be a repeat, but it's important for the student, for us to re-emphasize that. So without waste of time, I'm going to take you through the assessment presentation. We have formative and summative.
Can I just disturb you for a second, Mema Shudu?
Okay.
Just minimize the black little screen there because it obscures some of your text. Thank you so much. You can just click the minimize button so that it goes off completely. That dash, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to take you through assessments. The assessments, we've got formative and summative. And then Mrs. Muloisane already covered. I think I jumped to one of the slides here. Let me just go back quickly. Okay, it's formative and summative. Formative being assignments and summative being examination. So Mrs. Muloisane already covered the part of the summative assessments. I'm going to take you through the formative, which is assignments. So one of the goals, this assignment is important is the important part of the teaching and learning. And one of the goals is to monitor the students' learning and to provide ongoing feedback. And it also helps the student to identify their strengths, their weaknesses, and target the areas that needs attention. So assessment plan, I'm going to just give you a brief information with regards to assessment plan. Planning is very important. It provides us with direction. So what normally happens, the lecturers, they plan for the assessments that the students are supposed to do. If it's a year module, it means for that specific module, they will plan for that for the whole year. So it's not about just saying, no, tomorrow submit assignments. They submit an assessment plan. On that assessment plan, we have got different information on the assessment plan when they create it from their side. On the assessment plan, there's number of assignment. They decide on the number of assignment. They also decide on when should be the due dates and also the weight. So this planning, it differs depending on the module leaders. So it's not the same. So if one lecturer decides to say for this module, I've got 5 assignments, it's not going to be the same for the other modules. So it differs. But then what I wanted us to pay attention to on the planning of the assessment is the due dates and the weights and the number of assignment. I think what is important here, I want the student to understand the weights. I'm going to talk more about the weights. The information that is on the assessment plan is normally on the tutorial letter. I think Dr. Mpatlela already indicated some of the tutorial letter, when you open a shell, it's attached on that specific a shell for that specific assessment. Others may be on the announcement or additional resources. So it differs depending on the lecturers. So that's why I'm also trying to re-emphasize again that the student must pay attention to the announcement, because we get queries from the student who doesn't know where the tutorial letter is. So if you practice every day to check the announcement, maybe also go on the additional resources, you should be able to find the information that you are looking for. So obviously the information that is on the tutorial letter, if something changes, they are going to put that on the announcement. So that is why it's important. I think Dr. Mpatlele already emphasized on that. So I'm going to talk about the weights. Information regarding the weights, it differs depending on the module. It's not the same it's not the same weights for all the assignment. Let's say for one specific module, you only have assignment 1 and 2, and the lecturer decides to say assignment 1 is 50% and assignment 2 is 50%. Those are the weights. Those are the year mark weights. Besides those weights, we also have another weight, like the contribution towards the final mark. So it's a percentage of the year mark towards the final mark. So it also differs. It's not the same for all modules. So for some of the modules, some of the lecturers might have 5 assignments, assignment 1 up to 5, but you find that assignment 2 does not have a weight. So let's pay attention to that. That information is normally indicated on the tutorial letter. So when we are sending queries to DSAA, and we are saying my final mark doesn't look right, or my year mark, it doesn't look right, let's first check what are the weights, because we do also have the assessments that does not have weights. So the weights towards the final mark, it differs depending on the module, and the weights per assignment. We might find a module with 4 assignments, and the lecturer decides that is going to be 25, 25, 25, 25. The total should be 100, or they make another one, maybe 30 or so. So let's focus on the weight, because when we send queries to assignment department, we should be basing our queries on the weights, especially when we are inquiring about the inaccuracy of the year mark or the final mark. Okay. So I continue with the formative assessments again. We have another assessment, is continuous assessment. Continuous assessment is assessment that does not have a portfolio at all. They don't have exam. If for that specific module you have assignment 1 up to 10, it means your final mark will be calculated based on the marks that you have been granted for assignment 1 up to 10. So if you submit assignment 1, 2, you skip 4, 5, and then you continue with the rest. Those ones that you have skipped, they are not going to be part of the final mark. Same applies to the normal assignment. If some of the assignment is not, you did not do, maybe it's assignment 1 and 2, you only decide to do only assignment 1 and it's 50%, it means you only have that 50%. The other one is not going to be part of that because it was never submitted. So the final mark of the continuous assessment is calculated based on the submissions and also on the weights. From 1 up to 10 is different weights. Let's some of them, you might find the other one has got a higher weight, maybe 30%. So let's focus on those weights. So all assessments are submitted online. We no longer allow hard copies. We are still getting students who are sending us emails with the submission. I couldn't submit my assignment, and they attach it on the email. We are also getting students who are coming at the counter with printed assignments or portfolios. Please note that we no longer accept hard copies, and the email submissions are also not accepted. I'll tell you the reason why, because if you send a portfolio or an assignment to Mashudu today, and tomorrow I'm no longer working for UNISA, I go to University of Pretoria, no, they are not going to be able to trace that submission because it was sent directly to my email. So let me quickly discuss the examination admission. This is very important also, same applies to the weights. Examination admission, we have got 3 criteria. So when the lecturers are creating an assessment plan, they must indicate out of the 3 criteria, so which one are they selecting. So that criteria that the lecturer selects, it determines, like those students, if they say, let me just show, it's 3 criteria here. We've got submission of assessment, 1 assessment. We've got submission of more than 1. Maybe the lecturer will specify if they've got 5 assignments, they will say 3. And then the third one, it's a year mark. These are the only 3 criteria. We can't have both. You can't have submission of 1 and a year mark, or you have a year mark and submission of 4. So the lecturer select 1. So this one, it differs depending on the modules also. And also when DSAA runs examination admission, the system looks at the criteria that has been selected by the lecturer. So when the lecturer are planning, they're doing their planning, they're deciding how many assignments and everything, they're guided by the academic calendar. And they also pay attention to the examination admission dates. So those dates, if you check, they are before our examination admission. That is the reason why you need to pay, we are encouraging the student to submit on the due date, because if you submit after we run examination admission, you are not going to be admitted. We are not going to allow you to write examination. Never mind, you understand, you feel that even though you don't have a year mark, if you are given a chance when you go and write examination, you are going to get distinction. But the fact that you did not meet the criteria indicated by the lecturer, we are not going to allow you to write examination. So if the lecturer select a criteria to say you need to get 40% to get examination admission, if you get 38.5 or you get 39, we don't have access to adjust the year mark. It means you are not going to get examination admission. So if there is no submission, currently I only know these 3 criteria. I don't know of other modules where student can just go and write exam without submitting the assignments. Dr. Mpatlele also has already covered how you log on to My UNISA. It takes you to My Modules. So I've just included that. On the slide that I'm currently displaying, I just wanted to indicate here that the fact that is showing closed is the old site. So on this old site, the fact that is showing closed, we were trying to control and to prevent duplicates or double submission. We only use one platform. So if you are submitting an assignment and the lecturer indicated that the assignment should be submitted on Moodle, it is going to be Moodle. So there is no double submission. We are not going to allow submit. In fact, this one is closed. So you won't even be able to submit on this platform if it's not allowed for you to submit on this platform. So the queries that we are getting from assignment department, there are queries like this. Already when you send a query and you say, I cannot submit my assignment because the system is closed, immediately we know that if you quote the word closed, it means you are on the wrong platform. So let's pay attention, let's check the announcement, and let's make sure that we know where we are submitting. I think 99%, if not all modules, where the submission now is on Moodle, it's no longer on the old site. And the lecturers are only marking on the official, the allowed platform, which is Moodle. So there's no submission on the other one. Even if by mistake it's not closed and you submit there without reading the announcement, the lecturers are focusing on the formal ones. This one also, it's already covered. If you register and your module is not on the drop-down list when you log on to My UNISA, then you can contact DSAA. We will communicate with the relevant department. Dr. Mpatlele already indicated that you can also send email to my module 2022@unisa.ac.za. When you log on, the way Dr. Mpatlele indicated, on the welcome page, there will be information and there's shells there. So if your module is supposed to have assignment 1 up to 5, you should be seeing assessment 1 up to 5 shells. So for some reason, if you log on and you can only see 1 and 2, and you know for sure that the lecturer said there would be 5 assessments, please let us know. And before you even open that assessment, some of the shells, there's information that is indicated there. Maybe it's written restricted until when. Let's pay attention to that, because you could be sending an email to assignment department to say, the assignment, the system is not allowing me to submit, only to find that on that specific shell, there is information that indicates when the system is going to open for submission. So let's pay attention to the information there. So when you submit assignment, there's no other process after that. Immediately after submission, the lecturer sees the assignment from their side when they log on to the Moodle system. So let's pay attention to the closing date, because with the Moodle system, I think it will come with the other slides. Yes, the second one, it says add submission. The old system used to say submit. So the Moodle system, to make sure that you are on the correct platform, it will say add submission. So if the add submission is not there, the add submission button is not there, it's either you are trying to submit after the due date, or you are trying to submit before the due date. So let's pay attention to this. When you log on, let's go and verify the closing date and the opening date. Okay, and the next slide is just a slide that shows you if you haven't submitted an assignment, this is how it's going to look. So we are encouraging the student, after submitting an assignment, go back, check the status, the submission status. If it says no attempt, then it's saying you didn't submit. It's either when you try to upload the file, it did not upload successfully. So go back and check the submission status. The submission status is supposed to say submitted for grading. And if you look at the current screenshot that I'm sharing now here, the slide, that add submission button is not there. And we can see the time, it's showing that it's overdue. So after the due date, that submission button, it disappears. So this is a proof of submission. If you go back after submitting, and then you go and access a certain shell and it says submitted for grading, it shows that you have submitted successfully. If you check there at the bottom, it also shows the attached document that you have attached. And Dr. Mpatele also indicated that this submission of the current system that we are using, it works properly if you are using Google Chrome and Edge and Mozilla. If you go to Internet Explorer, I tried that. You can still log on, it can still take you to my modules, but then when you click the drop-down list, sometimes it does not give you anything. Or even if it gives you the module, when you click on the module, it does not open because you are using the wrong browser. So let's make sure that we are using the correct one. For some reason, after submission, as we are encouraging the student to say, after submission, go back and check the submission status. If for some reason it says draft means it's not submitted. Please go back again and try to submit. The only status, if the attachment the submission has been submitted successfully, it will say submitted for grading. So if it says draft or no attempt, we might just know that a submission did not go through. Okay. The other presenters, Dr. Mpatele and other speakers, they already indicated we've got single file uploads, which is the essay type, and then we've got quizzes, and we also have forums. So I'm not going to go into details, but maybe the one thing that I can indicate there is that the quizzes, they are marked automatically by the system. So all the queries, if it's something to do with the marking, please refer them to assignment department. We should be able to assist with it. And the other point that Dr. Mpatele also indicated, she also indicated that with a quiz, it doesn't mean that it's only multiple choice. There might be essay inside or other types of assessment. So for the other types, you can communicate with the lecturer if the marks are not there or if it's not marked. But if it's just a plain MCQ, you can make follow-up with assignment department. So this is an example of a file upload. I clicked on the shell of a specific module. On top there is a tutorial letter that is attached. So if you are looking for a tutorial letter, let's try to go into the shell or the additional resources and see if the tutorial letter is not attached there. If it's not anywhere, please contact DSAA or also communicate with the lecturer and say to the lecturer, I wanted to do the assignment, but I go inside the shell on the additional resources and everywhere, I can't find the tutorial letter. They will be able to assist you with it. And the second one, where there is a second arrow, I just want to emphasize here that there is opening date and there is also cutoff date. So let's pay attention to this. So if it says 5 May, it will open 5 May. This is part of the assessment plan created by the lecturer. The system opens and closes based on the information that has been submitted on the assessment plan by the lecturer. So let's pay attention to that information. So this is a quiz. When the quiz, you go to a quiz, a shell, that is supposed to be a quiz assignment, and it says no question added. Please communicate with DSAA or the lecturer who will make follow-up with the lecturer. It means there is no questions there. When it's ready for us, for the student to continue to do the quiz assignment, this is how it's going to show from your side. When you double click on the shell, it will show attempt the quiz now. It means the questions are available there. Okay, so after the submission, maybe you have realized that instead of uploading the assignment, you have uploaded something else or a tutorial letter. The system gives you an option to edit the submission or remove the submission. So you can do that if there is an error with the document that you have uploaded. So one of our concerns is that sometimes when you remove the submission, make sure that you go and upload it again, because we don't know how the system is going to react. We have students who will go and remove the submission, but they forget to go and upload the correct one. So when we go back, let's verify the content that we have submitted. Let's make sure we are getting queries in exams, also in assignments where you have submitted a tutorial letter or a CV instead of an assignment. So when you query with assignment department, make sure that immediately after submission, you go back. Moodle system allows that. You go back and just double click on the attached document to verify that you have submitted the correct one. Let's not wait until it's marked 0 and it's after the due date and the system is closed for submission. The moment there is a 0, the system takes it as a mark. You could get a 0 even though you have uploaded the correct document. So let's not wait for a 0 for it to be marked. Same day or the following day, at least before the due date, let's go back and double click on the document and check if we have submitted the correct document. Okay, I think here on this slide, I also indicated that we must alert the lecturer before the closing date. No submission of the previous semester or year's assignment is allowed. We are getting queries from the student who are saying, I was granted supplementary, and when I went back on the system, I noticed that my assignment 2 was not received. So therefore, I want to try to submit it, because I believe that if I submit assignment 2, my final mark is no longer going to be 45. I'm going to get a pass. So we don't allow the previous semester or year's assignment. That's why we're emphasizing that please, after submission, go and check. The other reason why we don't allow that, after the submission, the lecturer posts the general feedback. So we cannot allow the submission after the general feedback has been made available to the student, because you could be copying from the feedback from the lecturer. So we are also encouraging the student to keep proof of submission. Plagiarism, I think Mem Loisane already touched on that. It's totally not allowed, even if it's an assignment. It's not only exam, it's also not allowed. Okay, so the questions that the queries that you can refer to assignment department is if you are trying to log on and the system does not allow you to submit. There's no that add submission button. So you can send after that, you must double check the dates, the opening date and the due dates and the cutoff dates, all those dates that have been announced by the lecturer. Then if you see that, no, I'm still within, the due date is next week, but the system is not allowing me to submit, you are more than welcome to send those queries to assignment department. We have already covered that if it's a quiz and the questions are not there or the mark is not there, you can refer that to us, DSAA. And the modules not on the drop-down list is already covered also by Dr. Mpatlele. The shells, we covered that. The tutorial letter, we covered that. No admission. You must communicate with DSAA. as I've indicated that there's criteria there. So if for some reason it's very rare that the system will just skip and not give you admission if you have met the requirement. But then if you believe that whatever the lecturer indicated that you should do to get admission, you have done that, but still you don't have examination admission, please contact us. Because if you just go and write examination, or you are given a link by somebody and submit, you are not going to get the examination results. Dr. Mpatele also indicated that if you go to my admin there where you are supposed to see the assignment marks, if it says cancelled, the Moodle system does not cancel, but we do have some of the status that will show cancel. Maybe it's a corrupt file or something like that. So if it says cancelled, you are more than welcome to send a query to assignment department, and we will check for you why the system is saying cancelled. But the cancellation is normally not allowed, and the Moodle system does not do that. But there are other processes where when you go to my admin, it will say cancel. Contact us, we will be able to assist with that. Individual extension. If you want to submit an assignment and you have got valid reason why you are submitting after the due date, maybe your registration was processed late or there was death on the family, I indicated here that only valid reasons. So if you say there was load shedding, I mean, when you were registered in February, there was load shedding every day from February. But then if you come and try to submit on the last day and say, when I tried to submit, there was load shedding, I don't think that will be a valid reason, because you had more than 30 days to submit to do the assignment. So let's check at the reasons. What we are saying is we are not going, talk to us, talk to DSAA, communicate with the lecturer. We'll see how we can assist you. Where we cannot assist, we will be able to tell you that, yeah, we cannot assist. We are also getting requests from other students who will say, please extend this module. We don't get requests from students to extend the modules. The primary lecturer approves, or the university approves, that we extend a certain module, not the student. So as a student, you will only contact the lecturer or DSAA if you want an extension for yourself, not the whole module. So anything to do with the content, those queries, you cannot refer them to DSAA. Anything to do with the percentage, DSAA won't know why you were given 30 for an assignment, or we want to know what question 2 means. So those queries must be referred to the lecturers, to the module leaders. But then if you can't get hold of the lecturer, you can still send to them. But what we are trying to explain here is we won't be able to respond to that. We will still forward it to the module leaders. So the marking progress, DSAA assists with that, and the lecturer, if there is no marks, you can check with DSAA and the lecturers. I've already covered the extension. The lecturer approves the extension of the student. So assignment department, we don't extend for one student. We are not allowed to make that decision. So you need to communicate first with the lecturer, and then after that, if we need to assist, then we will assist from DSAA side. Okay, I've already explained examination admission. No examination admission, you are not going to write examination. Even if you manage to try to write examination, your script is not going to be marked. So let's ensure that we adhere to the due dates and adhere to the requirements of the examination admission. Okay, I'm almost done. Here is the contact details. We will also share the slides with the students. The manager responsible for the College of Education is Mr. Daniel Rasibutsa. That is his contact number and his email address. And it's me, and it's also Mrs. Siko. She's also responsible for the College of Education. All queries must be sent to myself, Mrs. Siko, and we have an inbox. I will encourage the student to use the inbox rather than sending it to Mrs. Siko and maybe she's on leave. Unplanned leave, maybe emergency leave. So I'm encouraging the student to use assign@unisa.ac.za. Mr. Daniel Rasibutsa is a manager. You can't be sending queries to Mr. Rasibutsa. Why did I get a 0? My mark is not on the system. It's a manager. Please send those queries to Mrs. Siko and myself, Mashudu Chikakisa. If we need Mr. Rasibutsa's assistance, we are the ones who are going to communicate with Mr. Rasibutsa. So I'm just trying to control that Mr. Rasibutsa is not always there as a manager to attend to. There is no add submission button on the system. Please, those queries must come to assign or to the supervisors. And I also want to wish all the students the best with their studies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mme Mashulu. Colleagues, let's give Mme Mashulu a round of applause. I also need to see a round of applause coming from students because you are the ones who are going to be struggling with those assessments. Mme Mashulu, I like the fact that you touched on the issue of students who might not qualify to write exams. I saw it last year where students received their timetable and the timetable indicates that they didn't qualify. They sit with that, they don't follow it up. When exam time comes, especially when it's a portfolio, they just write and submit. And some lecturers also will not know who did not qualify, students who did not qualify to write exams. And then they mark those scripts, but at the end, they don't get results. And we were stuck with queries of students who did not get results. And when you check later, you realize this student did not qualify to write exams. Yes, they wrote, but at the end of the day, they didn't qualify. I see your hand is up. Maybe you want to clarify something again?
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Mpata. Yes, I just also wanted to encourage the student. Let's talk. If you can't submit, we've got students who are just quiet. They miss assignments, they don't even want to try. And then they keep quiet. But after a year, another student say, but I tried and they allowed me. That's when they want to come and say, can I submit a 2022 assignment? So let's not judge a assessment department to say, no, the lecturer is not even going to accept this. Let's try. Let's try. Let's not keep quiet. We have noticed that the students are keeping quiet. They've got issues. There's valid reasons, but they're keeping quiet. Thank you very much, Dr. Mpatlele.
Thank you, Mme Mashulu. With what Mme Mashulu have just said, we are saying even if you receive that timetable, which says you did not qualify for exam, please make sure you find out there and there before the exam time. You don't just write exam and submit, knowing very well that your timetable said you do not qualify. Ntate Mulukane, I want to check if you are ready to tell our students about Invigilator app and Iris app. Are you still in the house, Ntate Mulukane? There are students who will be having their exams being flagged. I believe that's the information you are going to share with us. Mott, do we have Ntate Mulukwane in the house?
No, we don't have.
All right. So we will maybe request Ntate Mulukwane if he won't come later to give us a presentation or a video that we can send to you. These charts will forever be there and then you can visit the chart. Even if later now you come across a question that you want it clarified, you can still come to the same chart, post it, we will respond to you. Then let's go to student support, where we can also hear about postgraduate bursaries. Medi Hangwani, are you in? I see Ntate
Yes,
Shabangu.
Yes, Dr. Mpatlele, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. And I see that the Shabangu's heart is also beating.
Yes,
Is it for protection or what? Ntate Shabangu?
Yes, yes, it's for protection.
Yeah, that's for
under
protection,
load
Doc.
shed.
That's correct.
He has
Don't
to
worry,
back
you
me
are
up.
protected by me as the chairperson.
Okay.
Medi Hangwane, I believe students want to hear if they do have bursaries as postgraduate students, especially that some of them, they are not even aware if there are any bursaries. Please give them that information. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Mpahlele. I don't know if this thing will share because I'm using my phone.
So we are able to see it shared nicely. You can continue.
Okay, student support for College of Education. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to all students, ladies and gentlemen. On this graveyard shift, I'm experiencing load shedding. So where network is not stable, Mr. Shabangu is there to back me up and carry on and continue or repeat whatever information that may have been missed. As they have introduced me, I'm Mapuladi Hangwane, one of the student advisors. We work very closely with Ndati Shabangu, he's the supervisor. Professor Mawela is our manager. And there's 4 or 5 of us in the office. Mr. Muloto, Mevuyokazi, Raisibe, Madume in the office, there to assist with different queries. And for bursaries, as Dr. Mpahlele has already indicated, now I don't know how to move from this. Wow. Okay, I don't know how to navigate this. Maybe I must just leave it.
If I move it for you this side, are you able to see that it's moving? Okay, I'll be moving it for you.
Yes,
All right.
you can try to move it because it's difficult on the phone. Okay, slide 2.
It's now on slide 2. Should I go to slide 3?
Yes.
Okay.
It's moving for me. Sure. Okay. I'll just be looking at my PC then. Because here on my screen it's not moving. On my phone it's not moving. All right. Earlier we had Dr. Hanaway present on the different qualification programs. That is the advanced diplomas, the postgraduate diplomas, as well as the B.Ed honors, which at the moment is the only one general B.Ed honors that UNISA offers. In the coming years, the UNISA will be considering reintroducing a new specialization B.Ed honors degrees. As well, I would like to put emphasis on education of psychology. Most students, we get a lot of queries for that. UNISA does not have a pathway or things in place of what the students need to do to qualify as an educational psychologist at the moment. They are working very hard and very closely on that to make sure that within years to come, we have a proper qualification program for educational psychology on honors level, as well as masters in education. The honors programs, as well as the advanced diplomas, are fixed curriculums with year modules, and registrations are open. You're going too fast. Registrations are open until the 31st of March for students. Am I right? No, 20 March. Yes. For advanced diplomas, year modules, registration has been open from 9 January, closes on 20 March. Then for honors, registration for year modules closes on 31 March. You've also been explained to earlier on by Dr. Mpahlele about the use of My Life email account. You have to claim My Life, students, with the new POPI Act. In all your communication, you must be using your My Life email address, which is your student at mylife.unisa. And you must indicate your student number in the subject line for all your communication with the university in order to be assisted with all your inquiries. Online study material is accessible immediately after activation by paying the minimum registration fees as indicated after you submit your online registration. Assignments as well, we've just had a presentation by Me Mashuru Chikakisa on how assignments are done, as well as examinations by Me Mary Moloisani. The language of teaching is English for all the qualification programs being offered at UNISA. We can move to the next slide. Where are we now? Okay. Tuition and learning support. So this is the support that we offer to students, as well as working very closely with the academic lecturers who are the ones that are teaching you students. So we are able to answer questions that are sometimes related to the content of the different qualifications, the honors modules, assignment submission. We can answer as far as we can. Where we can't, then we have to redirect or escalate to assignments or exam section, or where it requires an academic intervention, the lecturer's advice, we will get the lecturer involved on that inquiry. Each module has a primary lecturer. Details are always indicated inside the tutorial letter 101. And if you cannot get through, some students will say, I've emailed the lecturer multiple times, I'm not getting a response. Escalate the query further to the department, of which the College of Education has 10 departments indicated on the UNISA website under College of Education, and there you will find the different departmental secretaries' contact details, and they can assist you to escalate the matter with the relevant COD within the department under which the module and the lecturer are housed in. As well as students, it's very important to take your studies very seriously in this ODEL institution, distance learning. Most students like to relax or just ignore. There's student rules and policies that are strictly adhered to when it comes to the processing of your study records. So if a student has not managed to pass a number of modules in their registered qualification, which we call academic progression policy, you may be excluded in further proceeding with your studies in the next year or two. So it's important that you communicate. If you are probably going to be hospitalized for long, you're pregnant, you feel you can't carry on with your studies, fill in the deferment of studies form, which is there on the registration related forms. All the registration forms are on the UNISA website under the registration website. The deferment, you can defer by a semester, 6 months, or a year. If it's more, you need to give valid reasons, and it has to be approved and recorded on the system. So it's important that you do inform whatever the circumstances, challenges that you are going through, and put it in writing that you'd like to postpone your studies and not just be excluded when you could have communicated in time. Returning students normally would have to do an undergrad program in order to progress further and complete a readmission application form in order to proceed with their studies. And then we move to the next slide. Assignments. Yes, I believe the information is still fresh in all the students' minds and memories about the presentation from by Mema Shudu Makakisa, and I believe the presentation by the assignment section is also being made available to students, as well as this orientation program will be available later on YouTube. So it's important, everything they've emphasized. Do communicate if you've missed the submission days, or you see that you're not going to make it, or you had technical challenges in submitting the assignments. Do not just keep quiet, but do communicate with the lecturer, primary lecturer for the module, as well as Mesiko Memashudu Kakisa. In the assignment section, they indicated the assignment email address, as well as the SCC number that you could contact to get through to them. And then we also have student support, as part of student support, e-tutoring, which has also been explained how you will know which module has e-tutoring support. Not all modules have e-tutoring support. You will see by an indication of an alphabet or a certain letter at the end of the module code as it appears on my module's website. And examination preparations, as well as feedback from your submitted assignments, is available, is made available on the My Modules website or My Modules app, as you've also been encouraged and guided on how to download the My Modules app and to register there with your student number as your username and a password. If you do not have a password to can register there, then that means you must claim your My Life account first. I believe I have reached the end almost. Hello, am I alone? Am I still
Very
audible?
Very audible.
You are audible.
Okay.
We are on slide 7. Should I pass it?
Yes. Okay, we can stop on slide 7. All information about books, maybe you want to find out about secondhand books or forums for students, you want to communicate with fellow students, you can do that via MyUnisa, which is the university's online facility for all our registered students, as well as accessing your online study material electronically. It's via MyUnisa. You submit assignments via MyUnisa. Everything is strictly online. Even the exams are now strictly online. So we get a lot of students saying, I'll be overseas internationally. Can I do my practicals? Can I write? They're still on that venue-based concept, but we have moved since 2020 COVID times. The university does everything strictly online, from assignment submission, from registration, right through up to examinations. We can move to the next slide. Okay, I believe this is the last stage of your student walk, talking to the graduateness of students. So for a student to have completed their advanced diploma or postgrad diploma or the BEd honors, all curriculum requirements must be fulfilled, must be satisfied, must be met. A student cannot come and wanna overrule or override the rules of that guide the curriculum, because failure to follow the rules of the qualification and the curriculum will just see you not graduating. So it's important to follow the curriculum rules so that you meet fully all the curriculum requirements in order to be able to graduate. Once you've met all the requirements, all qualifications undergo what we call an audit. The audit process, basically everything is checked from the students' admission documents, from when you applied, if we have legit documents, if they are legible or not. Sometimes students will get asked to resubmit a matric certificate or merit certificate or submit their ID copy, because by the time 3-4 years down the line of your studies program qualification, those documents, they're not proving to be legible enough for use, and you may be asked to resubmit or pass qualifications that you enrolled with for this advanced diploma or postgraduate diploma or for the honors. So when you get flagged to submit qualifications, please cooperate and submit those qualifications to Educare in order to not to delay the audit process on your qualification. As well, the qualification audit determines whether you followed those curriculum rules of, like for instance, in the honors, the first 2 years, as Dr. Hanaway explained, it's theory for the B.Ed honors, and it takes 2 years for the duration of the B.Ed honors. Then the following year is the research project. So we do get a lot of those queries as well, where students are asking, but I want to do it in 1 year. Why must I go on to do it in 2 years? So I'm glad that today it was nicely explained to all of you students. And then after the audit commences, after examinations results are released for all final year students, and your final year students record is the one that is audited. Once the audit is finalized, the record is sent through to the graduations division department. That's where the end of the audit is, and the student then receives an SMS that confirms that the qualification has been completed. Yeah, as I've put there on the screen, the graduations department is the one that sends the SMS to the students' phone. So it's important, students, on the registration related forms, to make sure that you keep the university informed of any changes to your personal details, such as name changes for those that did get married, or you're divorced, you want to revert back, and lost phones, so that it's updated, because communication will come through to that cell phone that we have registered on the university records. And yeah, I've covered that. I've covered the SMS that will tell you that you have completed, as well as further information about graduation will be sent to your My Life email account. So that My Life email account, it's important right throughout your studies, even up to the very last end of your studies. Our office, like I've already indicated, that we are about 6. We've just received 2 new colleagues. Here are our numbers there. Our email address is edu enquiries, and during exam periods we have the SEDU exams, where we address all issues, all matters regarding examinations. If a student sends an inquiry to edu enquiries, sometimes it might get lost in the thousands of emails, general email inquiries that we receive there. So if it's exam time and you want you are having problems with an examination whatsoever, please direct them to the SEDU exams, where we always split ourselves in the office for colleagues to manage the 2 inboxes separately, in order to give efficient and proper support expediently to all our students. For those that are completed in their postgrad diploma and honor studies, if you are wondering about, I'm finished with my studies, but I'm not getting the SMS, there's an email to send there, hons@unisa.ac.za, and the DSA RFI audit, it's the UNISA email for all, where all audits requests can be sent to, or inquiries can be sent to, not to the graduations office. And then any other issues related to registrations, studies, you may send for postgraduate diplomas, and for advanced diplomas can be sent through to Educare. And we also have the email hons@unisa.ac.za. I tried. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Mphahlele. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mary Hangwane. And let's give her a round of applause. We have seen that she didn't cover the bursaries at length, and then we are going to request Ntate Zondo to cover that quickly in about 10 minutes. We thank you so much. Student support is very important. Students, we see you traveling from Eastern Cape, Limpopo, wherever, coming to Mr. Shabangu's office. Please make use of the contact details given. We know Mr. Shabangu's office responds to every email. You shouldn't be driving from so far coming for something that you could have been responded to by an email. Thank you so much. Medi Hangwane, I stopped your presentation on my side. I hope it is okay. Do we have Ntate Zondo in the house? Do we have Ntate Zondo? Or is it Ntate Zondi? Ntate...
I think he is not here, Doc.
Okay, Ntate Zondo. Mr. A. Zondo is not here, but we do have bursaries. The information should be followed up and be posted on the charts. And as I was trying to look for Ntate Zondo, I was also looking for Professor Dichaba. I seem to not see her on the charts. So I am going to be a teacher that I am and request you, Ntate Shabangu, to give us a vote of thanks. And colleagues and students, I posted the video for academic integrity on the charts. Please check it out, and Memot, maybe we can also find a way to group all the presentations and send them to students on maybe one package for this session. Ntate Shabangu, are you ready to give us a vote of thanks?
Thank you very much, Dr. Mphahlele. Can you take it down the phone? I think my task will be very simple, Doc. Firstly, I would like to thank our line manager, Professor Mawela, and his team for the well-done job behind the scene to prepare these student orientations, coming all the way for undergraduate qualifications, teaching practice related until today, where we're covering all postgraduate students. Thank you very much to the team. And secondly, also to thank all our presenters. We know colleagues are very busy, especially this time of the year, but we're very pleased to have colleagues from TSAA who has made time to present valuable information that students can know from now, especially the new students. Even if you may be a returning student, some of the valuable information may be helpful to make sure that you are able to navigate your way through. I cannot really mention each presenter, but we are forever grateful to our TSAA, our counseling division, our ARC suite session, as well as to the most highly appreciated presentation done by Dr. Mphahlele, which has actually covered most of the issues that relate to study online. Most valuable information, especially now that we're doing online exams. She has actually given us more information and also ideas and advices to say, what should we do to prepare for exams? Where should we go when it's time for exams? What should we look for in terms of preparing for our online exams so that we don't get any disappointment? She further explained the most important part of the invigilation. And we really would like to encourage our students to make sure that if you didn't catch up well on that information, especially with the online exams and the invigilation, you are more than welcome to revisit the recordings on this meeting so that you can be able to capture those notes. And lastly, we also want to thank our dear students. We saw the numbers in the morning, we were nearly 100. So the number started dropping a little bit now in the afternoon, which could be of various reasons, maybe as our load shedding situation. But we are forever grateful to see that students are taking advantage of such occasions or sessions, because this session is strictly designed to empower our students in the form of a support so that we are able to get the results at the end of the year. We don't want to see dropouts as a college. As the biggest college, we also want to give out more graduates at the end of the year. Thank you very much to the team, all the colleagues. We noted even last week, we saw most of the academics that were very active in responding to the chat questions. We are very grateful. Thank you so much. Last week, we saw quite a number of colleagues, Professor Kroch, Dr. Leroux, Dr. Mpahlele, and other colleagues. I cannot name all of you one by one, but we are very, very grateful and we highly appreciate your support, colleagues. It really shows and confirms that we are all together in this. As support staff, we are there to support the academic project, but as academics, you are there to lead in this academic project. Dr. Mpahlele, lastly, to thank you so much for taking over the program, where after having an emergency on the side of our program director who started with us early. Thank you very much. You will always be there as one of our strongest colleagues. Thank you very much. May God bless all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shabangu. If all the presenters are still here, I know some, they excuse themselves. Can you open your videos if you can, so that we take a group photo on the screen, just to have a memory of this session. And thank you so much, our students, or even if you were not a presenter, everyone in the presenter stage, can we open our videos just for a group photo, colleagues, before we say goodbye? Osmond and other colleagues. Thank you so much for showing. I cannot take a picture of only 3 people, colleagues. Let's open our videos. Thank you, Menchuncha. Colleagues, are we still in the house? Mexico, even if you didn't present, can we get that picture? Colleagues, it will only be the Office of Teaching and Learning who appear in this picture, but it's not a problem. So the picture is taken. Thank you so much. I will share it with you, Osmond, as part of your report. Thank you. Colleagues, let's call it a day. Enjoy your day further, and all the best with your studies, our students. Thank you so much, Medi Hangwane. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.